I, Mustafa Ansari, along with my co-host Rushna Fahim, extend a warm welcome to all of you to the third day of the Architecture and People's International Conference 2025. To commence this auspicious event, I request Professor Meera Malegaonkar, Professor Ijaz Kashmiri, and our chief guests, Professor Vibhor Bakshi, Teja Maladi, and Professor Anugrah Anil Kumar Nagaj, Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Dr. Mazharul Haq, Kaustubh Mirajkar, and Navneet Kumar to come forward for the lighting of the lamp.
उसके बाद तू कर फिर मैं स्टार्ट करूँ या तुम लोग करोगे पहले उसके बाद दूसरा जो स्टार्ट करोगे I now request everyone to rise as we begin with the prayers. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد صدق الله العظيم.
Ashem vau, veistem asti, usta asti, usta amai, yotashai, veistai, Ashem.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. Amen.
ओम भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो प्रचोदयात्.
We now invite our esteemed principal, Professor Meera Malegaonkar, to deliver the welcome address. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the day 3 of Architecture and People International Conference, or we call it as APIC 2025. This is APIC's third season, And first of all, I want to welcome our esteemed guests, panelists, faculty, non-teaching staff, students, and student council. This program or these conferences are organized by all the students since 24 years, and this is our 24th conference. I am not here to introduce conference, that will be done by our co-convener Daksh and Uzma, but I just wanted to welcome you all to Rizvi College of Architecture for day 3, and I wanted to express my gratitude towards our patrons, Dr. Akhtar Hassan Rizvi, who is President of Rizvi Education Society, and our Director Madam, Advocate Mrs. Rubina Akhtar Hassan Rizvi, who is the Director of Rizvi Education Society, who founded Rizvi Education Society and then this college, Rizvi College of Architecture, was founded in year 1992, and since 1998 we are organizing these conferences. So this is the 24th conference of Rizvi College of Architecture and 3rd season of Rizvi, Architecture and People International Conference. Last year we had the Reflection of Future theme because we wanted to reflect on what changes they are happening in the future built environment. And this year we are continuing this theme, Reflection of Future, specifically focusing on impact of artificial intelligence on built environment. So we are going to hear from our esteemed panelists what kind of impact AI as well as technology will be having on built environment, and not only that, how the cities and architecture is going to function in future, and what will be the role of architect and designer in such new world. So I want to welcome Daksh Jain to give introduction to the conference. Thank you so much, and welcome all the guests to Architecture and People International Conference.
Good morning. The theme of our conference, Reflections of the Future 2.0, is Architecting Intelligence, Exploring AI's Impact on Built Environment. Artificial intelligence in recent times has taken over the domain of technical advancements, user accessibility, resource management, henceforth aiding human interaction and enhancing their experience. This is also extended in the field of built environment, thereby establishing its cue in architecture and urban studies. With changing times and evolution, the role of AI and its exploration has increased multifold in the dynamics of the built through aids such as analytical algorithms, generative and simulation design tools. With the advancement of technology and innovations in the digital domain, the realm of architecture and urban development has seen massive transformation. This transformation also reflects in the practices and novel approaches in the architectural and urban pedagogy. As Saskia Sassen writes in her book, The Global City, cities have become the organisms that facilitate the exchange of capital and information. The cities are embodied with intrinsic networks of economy that have seen massive transition with the rise of technology and database digital tools. Manuel Castell has stressed enough in his literary work on the cultural, institutional, and spatial shifts in societies owing to the enhanced and critical role of electronic communication networks in facets of everyday life, such as work, livelihood, public services, social interaction, education, and policies.
The pattern and fabrics of a networked society present a varied and dynamic organization of the society and its spaces that iterates and recreates on day-to-day basis. The city renders an identity of ever-transitioning networks, space permeating the flow of technology, innovation and economy that reflects in the societal, cultural, political and spatial reconfigurations. Cities thus become the repositories of vast amount of networks, information and data which are crucial in urban growth and development. In the national context, post-liberalization, India has seen swift growth that has taken up the road to develop ICT networks and digital infrastructure, largely focusing on the urban centers. These innovations and technical advancements have created a ripple effect in the essence of digital public infrastructure India has shared. India is looking forward to develop business skills and create community-based digital ecosystems that has opened the floodgates of digital tools and instruments within a larger set of audience and that are not limited to only urban centers. The spatial reconfiguration of Indian cities can be modeled through the large data sets based on the systematic measuring, analysis, sensing, and prediction of urban systems. The urban systems are based on intricate and rhizomatic layers of people, place, and phenomena with multi-sectoral influences of geodemographics, urban fabric and morphology, housing, economic practices and livelihood, consumption, trade, migration, health, spatial interaction, and recreation and governance. With these advancements in technology, it is important to acknowledge and address the emerging challenges of digital education, citizenship, participatory approach in planning and design. Representation and evaluation of rich data and smart development becomes crucial. The digital divide at the moment seems to be wide between the urban and rural population, with major policies and schemes routed in urban areas. The digital marginalization and pressing urban issues in India can be curated or curbed by using advanced digital tools and toolkits, by perpetuating digital literacy and creating frameworks for inclusive development through mapping, visualization, simulation, and modeling.
It is required to have incubation of sustainable digital social innovations, DSI, that will ensure digital technologies support diverse end user communities and will have long-lasting social value and impact. The technological and digital advancement and innovation in architecture and urban discourse can be harnessed as a collaboration between academia, public and private institutions, citizen groups, administration and government. The citizen-led digital innovation can lead to an inclusive and participatory approach in planning, supporting, and sustaining the civic engagement and action in communities. This facet leads to research and critical inquiry of urban spaces and development of multiple frameworks that include initiation, innovation, and integration of approaches and knowledge systems of the community. The digital reforms with integration of artificial intelligence aims to address the pressing issues of data availability, data management, capacity, and skill building of the stakeholders and development of customized toolkits for urban India. Promoting digital literacy and educating the community about the safe and secured use of digital technologies and tools is an important step in integrating the technology within urban discourse. Creating pools of shared digital infrastructure with acquired knowledge of data sharing, management, and catalog can foster the participation of a large set of people in decision-making process. The integration paves the way for social mobilization and upward mobility. Economic flows with the focus on circular economy, resource efficiency, precise management, and enhanced preparedness. With this, we welcome you all to day 2 of our international conference, APIC 2.0, Architecting Intelligence, Exploring AI's Impact on Built Environment. I now hand over the dais to the Student Council to introduce the first panel for the day.
You're doing.
Now we'll start with our first session. I would like to call Mr. Daksh Jain on the stage. Trained as an architect, honors in BEAJ gold medalist JNVU Jodhpur, and an urban designer KRVIA Mumbai, Daksh Jain is a resident of Udaipur, India. His interest traverse in the domain of urban planning, urban design, heritage conservation, development finance, and policy framework. His works in academia follows the lines of sociology, ecology, economics, cultural studies, informality, economics, cultural studies, and inclusive public-oriented designs. An avid traveler and food enthusiast, currently he is working as an architect and urban researcher at Urban Foundry, where he is also the founding partner. He has been involved in various architectural and interior design projects in Udaipur and Mumbai. At Urban Foundry, he and his team have been curating maps based on the tangible and intangible cultural heritage of Rajasthan. Their work on representation of faith at Mahim Dargah, a coffee table comic, was put on display at Kala Ghoda Art Festival 2020. In 2023, he authored his first book, Culture, Spaces and People, Urban Dynamics in Contemporary India, published by Routledge, Taylor and Francis. He has also written a series of articles on urbanization in Udaipur, discussing the various phenomena like plight of over-tourism, peri-urban growth and state of conservation in the city. I'd like to call Professor Daksh Jain on the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of APIC, Architecting Intelligence, Exploring Impact of AI on Built Environment. The day 2, the session 1, looks at the idea of challenges and way forward, challenges and opportunity in AI, and allied fields of habitat studies. Artificial intelligence offers tools to enhance design efficiency, sustainability, and creativity. It also presents challenges that includes the risk of over-relying on AI, which may compromise the human touch and artistic vision essential in architecture and urban discourse. There are concerns about data quality, algorithmic biases, and ethical considerations, such as ensuring inclusivity in AI designs. Additionally, AI tools often require significant investments and technical expertise, making them accessible to smaller communities of skilled practitioners. The way forward involves developing frameworks that balance AI's capabilities with human institution, promoting transparency in AI systems, and ensuring equitable access to these technologies. By addressing these challenges thoughtfully, architects, urban designers, and urban planners can fully leverage AI's potential to create innovative, sustainable, and human-centered designs and solutions. Today, I welcome our 3 speakers for the panel: Vibhor Bakshi, Assistant Professor, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal; Teja Malladi, Co-founder and CEO, MapSolve AI, Bangalore; and Architect Anugraha Nagaich, Assistant Professor, Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal. I welcome you on the dais. I would introduce our first speaker. Mr. Vibhor Bakshi is presently working as an Assistant Professor of Urban and Regional Planning at the Department of School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. He is also pursuing his PhD from Department of Architecture and Planning, IIT Roorkee. Currently, as a part of his PhD research, he is researching on impact of knowledge economy in regional development process of India. He holds a Masters of Urban and Regional Planning degree from CEPT Ahmedabad and Bachelors of Planning from School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. He has previously presented his research work at various prestigious platforms that includes conferences like WCTR 2023 Montreal, IPP8 2023 Toronto, SDC Bangkok 2019-2020, ARCP Busan, along with various invited positions with research grants. He has published his research work in Springer Nature and elsewhere. He is also peer reviewer for journals of Springer Nature, Routledge. He is an associate member of Institute of Town Planners, India, and International Public Policy Association and World Conference on Transport Research, along with nominated member of ITPI Information Technology team. He is currently editing book Springer series and is track chair of IPPA 5, Chiang Mai, Thailand. I welcome you.
Thank you, Professor Daksh, for the wonderful introduction, and I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful to the organizing team for organizing such a wonderful event, and it was a wonderful delight when I entered in this institute and I saw the exhibitions by the students, their marvelous work on how they have deciphered the socio-economic profile of one of the clusters in Madhya Pradesh, as well as they have done some work related to Hyderabad where they have created beautiful jalis. So I want to start my day with some encouraging words on the work which the students have done. I'll be starting the presentation. So the presentation will happen here. Okay. So since okay. Since today's discourse is on the challenges and the way forward pertaining to artificial intelligence, we'll be discussing about how it is connected. Oh, I don't have Android. I thought you have downloaded. So, since today's discussion is on the challenges and way forward about artificial intelligence, we would be looking at what are the bleak opportunities in regard to artificial intelligence. What are the things that we may come up in next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years down the line. Although we see artificial intelligence as one of the optimistic model for exploring different things, but there are another aspects which are attached to it, which we'll be discussing about in the presentation when I start this presentation. And so I think we'll just wait for 1 minute, then we'll be starting with the presentation. email में हाँ डाउनलोड करवा ओके I thought you downloaded it. No issues.
His presentation is already there. Sorry, conference की email ID पे. Conference panel पे. Directly to your iPad?
Oh, you have the cable? Yeah, I can use that. But I think they have downloaded it. So not an issue. Thank you.
It's already there. Ma'am, it's done. It's done.
It's done.
It's done.
Yeah.
Good morning to all the respective students as well as the faculty members sitting here. The title of the presentation is on the significance of geospatial technology, artificial intelligence and machine learning in urban research. Since there are time restrictions, I'll try to cover up within the 20-25 minutes of timeline. The presentation demystifies 4 heads. The first, initially, it delves into navigating artificial intelligence for future. What are the dilemmas and possibilities? Then we will further go to the current situation in India and the technological shifts that are happening in last 20-30 years related to artificial intelligence. Then further we will try to look at how geospatial technologies, artificial intelligence and machine learning are interrelated to each other, how we see the confluence of geospatial AI and ML in urban research happening. At last, we will be discussing about supervised and unsupervised techniques which are essential in the research. Now, how those supervised and unsupervised tools our tools are really important when we embark on urban research. So initially, I'll start with one of the very famous interviews and one of the very famous books by Yuval Noah Harari, where he writes that the future, we have a very bleak future when it is concerned about artificial intelligence. He is worried about job displacement, how AI and automation could be replacing jobs, and we will be having robots that would be working and would be replacing the humans. Then secondly, he says a lot about polarization, that we will see that there would be rising in income inequality in near future, and the marginalized workforce, which would be without any education, would be the one who would be the major sufferers when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence. Secondly, the people who will own the data, so it would be very easy for them to manipulate those things and basically align those things according to their need. So we would see an authoritative and concentration of power when it comes to artificial intelligence, and we will see there would be a lot of surveillance happening and we in terms of the data dictation, and there would be definitely rise of data colonialism, where we see that there would be an exploitation of data that may happen. Although we see the exploitation of data which is happening currently and the misuse of data which is happening, a lot of scams, a lot of other things are happening because of the misuse of data and other information. Then definitely the data would be the major thing. Data will supersede our human emotions in near future, and we will see that this era would be called as the era of dataism, where we say that data becomes more valuable than the human experience, and it would be AI will prioritize the optimization, which would be beyond the human imagination and the human value, and there would be existential questions which would be dependent on the AI dependency, AI applicability, and definitely there is another important thing which is called as ethical dilemmas, which we currently also see. There are no certain ethical guidelines when we use artificial intelligence, like how the ethical governance structure should look like when we talk about artificial intelligence, basically. So there is no such boundary to define. So these things Yuval Noah Harari is concerned about, we should be taking care of. Then there would be a need of regulation, how you regularize the artificial intelligence. So these are the major concerns which one should be worried about when we use the artificial intelligence in near future. Although people say people have very contested ideologies when it comes to artificial intelligence. They say that artificial intelligence would be the game changer in coming future, but hence there are other anecdotes, and there are the people who say that definitely there would be a misuse of AI which is coming these days. A lot of phishing calls happening, a lot of frauds, scams happening. Even from my own experiences, I see that the students have got more habit of relying on ChatGPT and other language models for preparing their reports. So, and we are still the institutions are want to move from the plagiarism to the other things. So that thing is under process. It's not materialized completely. How to check whether that particular report or the data sets have been copied from the language models. So there is a need of regulation, and probably we are pretty sure that the AI has a bright future, and in upcoming next 3, 4, 5 years, these things will be regularized. Then these were the few concerns. The first section of my presentation broadly discusses about different aspects of AI, how the future is, what are the opportunities, what are the threats related to the AI. In the other section of the presentation, we'll be discussing about how the confluence of artificial intelligence, geospatial technology, and machine learning actually looks like. So here, since I come from a background of urban planning, I have relied more on the geographical setting, how those geographies are interrelated with the machine learning, algorithms, geospatial assessment, and so we'll try to see how we knit geospatial assessment, geospatial technology with artificial intelligence and machine learning. So here, we see that all these things in the language of basically urban planning, we say are interconnected with each other. We see there are powerful synergies coming up for urban planning, agriculture, and the disaster management. And the basic step which we tend to see is to look at the Google imagery, how the things are changing. The first exercise of maybe we all are coming from the urban background. So the first exercise here becomes is to look at how the urban structure has changed in last 2, 3, 4 decades, where you see the more built up happening, where you see the more vegetation happening, where you see what is the cause of this trigger. Majorly the industries are coming up or the newer things are coming up. So here by using these AI tools, we try to predict some phenomena. The major reliance on the artificial intelligence tool is to look at how we predict these things, or how our future would be in next 10, 15, 20, 30 years maybe. Because any plan we tend to make, we always have a vision in our anything that we tend to see, we have a vision. Even SDGs have a vision. There are 17 SDGs by UN. They tend to say that we will do this XYZ things by 2030. So anything, even any project exercise in your class, you will have a vision to do. I think there's a battery glitch here, so can anyone help me out? हाँ, चार्जर तो नहीं है मेरे पास, आईपैड से कनेक्ट कर दूंगा. हाँ, उनके पास HDMI केबल. लगाऊं इसमें HDMI अरे कोई नहीं. आई थिंक इधर होगा. So let's come back where we have left. Initially, the first part of the presentation discussed about the various challenges as far as artificial intelligence, machine learning is concerned. So we were towards the second section of the slide, which was embarking on the confluence of geospatial technology, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. So here we see the first most step which we tend to do as the students from the domain of urban studies. The first preliminary thing in this becomes just to look at the Google imagery and basically to look at how within the last 30-40 years things have changed drastically, especially on ground. Here we try now how we see that there we want to use the artificial intelligence and machine learning in the process of urban studies. These models, these frameworks tend to help us in terms of demystifying how our urban structuring or the restructuring process will look like in next 20-30 years. So we try to predict different scenarios, different situations, how my land use will change, how my housing price will change, how my land values will change, which major corridors, where major corridors will come up, which are the major industries that we tend to see. So in the nutshell, there are n number of things that artificial intelligence, if used wisely, can predict how the urban restructuring can happen in next 20-30 years. So basically this is an overview of how the artificial intelligence can be used. In the later section of my presentation, we will emphasize on what are the different tools under the aegis of artificial intelligence which can be used to predict different phenomena which are concerned towards the next 20-30 years down the line, towards the vision here. So here we say that we can automate the analysis and we can predict the patterns, future patterns, how the spatial transformation will look like. And the first most basic step for a layman who is not well versed about, whom the artificial intelligence appears like something very new. The first most process is to look at the Google imagery. Looking at the Google imagery, you can draw n number of, basically looking at the urban fabric, looking at the built-up structure, you can draw your attention towards whether you see that these are the bigger building blocks, these are the smaller building blocks, there is a nala, what kind of infrastructure, what kind of road, what kind of public building, how they are, where they are situated. So inspired from the philosophy of Kevin Lynch, where he talked about there are 5 elements of the city that manifests the city, and that usually tells how the imageability looks like. So that's the preliminary step of looking at the Google imagery. Now the confluence of geospatial AI and ML can help us in improving the decision making, in terms of the decision making, coming out with different decisions in probably next 20-30 years. Then it helps in real time monitoring. As we all know that 2015 smart city mission came into existence, which was a model of government of India, where they delved on coming out with the command and control centers for different cities, where they were able to monitor the movement of mobility of the people and the other things. And even under the aegis of PAN solutions for smart city, they have installed CCTV cameras and other aspects to look for how these things are changing the whole overall technological, how those things are coming out with the technological shifts. So even it is widely used in agriculture. The Karnataka came up with a policy of looking at how the agriculture, earlier how the agricultural produce used was rotten, was destroyed. By the help of artificial intelligence, they are able to monitor how to incentivize or how to reduce the the crop rottenness. Okay, so basically this was two sections in the presentation we have covered. We have looked for what are bleak opportunities, then we delved into how the confluence or the consortium of geospatial technology, artificial intelligence and machine learning looks like. Then the third part talks about why we want to emphasize from the government's lens. So it's taking into the urban structure and the spatial picture. It's very important for us to understand how the technological and the spatial shift has happened in last 20-30 years. If we see, this slide is not coming out well, but this is IIHS 2015 data sets, which actually tells which are the major upcoming areas, how the things are changing in last few years. If we take the census 2011, we say that a lot of non-statutory towns are coming up in last 2-3 decades. In last 1 decade, even we see that the growth is like multifold. So the increase is twice and thrice. So there is a pressure on land. So that's why even under the Ministry of Urban Development, they are emphasizing on the program of Amrut, where they are investing around 515 crores for preparing GIS-based master plan. This is the Government of India project. Although the second, and even a lot of state town and country planning departments are preparing GIS-based master plan, which would be relying on the real-time information. So where the first process here would be to look at the ground truthing part, how the fabric is changing, then probably to propose next 20-30 years how the things will look like. So major thing why this change was envisaged in last 1 decade. Earlier the plans were made at 1:10,000 scale. So there was a need to have a higher resolution imagery, Google imagery and high resolution maps to detail it out. So that's why this was taken as a prerequisite, and there was a shift. Needed shift from 1:10,000 to 1:4,000. And earlier the states had autonomy in preparing their own land use layers, but now under Ministry of Urban Development, they have said you need to unify one legend and one template throughout for all the cities in India. So that was a need for coming out with Amrut model, and now it's considered as one of the successful models how different states are coming up with GIS-based master plans. This was one of the published research in the Springer, where where we used the geospatial technology. This was the case of Delhi, where we did a study on integrating blue and green infrastructure, and where we looked at how the spatial temporal change was happening by the use of NDVI analysis. If we look at these layers, the red deciphers how the build-up has increased, whereas green is more about vegetation. So we see a gradual increase in the build-up. because when we were narrating the story where we need more water, it becomes equally important to look at where the Abadi areas are and how the Abadi areas are increasing. So here it was more towards this, and we could also see the change detection, how the change detection is, we can also sense the change detection, how the change is happening through the use of NDVI analysis. And at last, our exercise was to locate at what could be the potential zones of water recharge for Delhi government, because Delhi is facing a huge crisis, water crisis. So it was very important to know, to locate where those places of, what are the potential zones that can be looked for the water, availability of water. So these were different layers which were taken into consideration, and we identified that the southern area, the southern part of Delhi has the very alarming concerns. So we tried to look at, when we were coming out with different priorities for the water retention areas. So the southern part of Delhi was given the prime importance in it. Now this was more towards, the first section dealt with the challenges and the way forward. The second section dealt with the confluence of geospatial technology, AI and ML. This is more towards the application of geospatial technology, where we have how, by combining the repository within the GIS, QGIS, which is open available source, and by the use of different sections, different sections under the directory of QGIS, we came up with this map. Now just the basic glimpse of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Is there any difference between, a lot of people have talked about how we distinguish AI and ML. Is there any big difference between AI and ML? So people usually say ML is a subset of AI, it's a part of AI. Even a professor, Andrew Ng, who has very famous course on AI, he tells us about there is a big difference between, when we talk about machine learning is more, AI is a bigger umbrella which has n number of things into it, whereas machine learning is more towards training a model and coming out with a suitable output. So whenever we train a machine learning, whenever we train a model, there is always an input layer and there is always an output layer. So here machine learning algorithm will always train your data. Now how the training happens, what kind of data sets are there, we will try to cover in the subsequent sections of the presentation, where there are two typologies of data. One is called as supervised and other is called as non-supervised. Now what those data sets are all about, we will try to cover in next few minutes. Now very interesting facts and figures about AI. So it is not new. It's like we are discussing, it has happened, these are the recent transformation, these are not. The push happened, for artificial intelligence tools, they almost started in year 1950, where initially we came up with ELIZA as one of the tools. Then around in the period of 1950s and 70s, Samuel Checker's program was introduced. Okay. Then around in between 1970s to 1990s, the funding was reduced. So if we see the timeline in between 1970s to 1990s, a major drop down happened in terms of artificial intelligence, in terms of machine learning. But in the neoliberal era, when I say neoliberal era, means the period of post 1990s, we see a gradual increase that is happening towards the artificial intelligence. We see increased computing power and data availability. So we see there were different computing models that were developed, and even Deep Blue model replaced Kasparov, that happened in year 1997. Then there are different breakthroughs that are happening for the image recognition. If we see the timeline in between 2010 to 2025, we see there are different deep learning models that are developed. Now very interesting facts and figure about the different chatbots. If we see period of 1960s, okay, 1960s to 2023, we see how from ELIZA, LI, Smarter File Conservational Agents, Jasper AI, to ChatGPT, and even beyond ChatGPT, there is another thing which is coming up, another language model which is called as BARD. Okay, so these are generative AI chatbots. Now, how the basic interpretation of image classification looks like. So how we train data, there are binary classification. Because of the time constraints, I will just quickly spill through the presentation. We have binary classification, multi-class classification, and multi-label classification. So now how the AI will go for image detection, how we train that, that's the part of this. So we have two types of algorithms here. The one is the supervised and the other one is non-supervised. As the name suggests, supervised. Supervised means we already know that these are our labels. These would be our input layers. Whereas in the unsupervised, we are not clear about what our input layers would look like. It would be more based on the Euclidean distance clustering and other techniques. So we see a distinction between unsupervised and the supervised layers, how they are. So within the supervised learning techniques, it's based on two types of principles. The first is regression and the other is the classification. So regression, we predict something based on the independent variables and dependent variables. We have a predictor and how that predictor is predicting the different aspects. There are different typologies of regression. I think I may require a lot of time when I discuss these regression models in much detail. It starts with the linear regression, then it goes to the polynomial regression. We have support vector machines, decision trees, and random forest regression. So, and then we have the classification models which cover support vector machines, decision tree, naive Bayes, and random forest. Now, these are the different applications where we see the applicability of these models, where we predict how the real estate will change, flood risk, land use classification, UHI, urban heat crime. So you can use, there are n number of things you can use these models. And then when we talk about these would be probably my last slides. I'll try to wind up in next 2 to 3 minutes. Then at last, we see unsupervised learnings where we are not clear about the data label sets. When we go for the clustering process, there we used unsupervised learning method. It relies on the Euclidean distance between the data sets. So when I say that means the deviation between the data sets. So it includes these aspects. It has not come out well because of the PDF. Maybe that's the reason. It includes hierarchical clustering method, k-means. Then we have independent component analysis, density, and in the association we have a priori algorithm, ECLET, and FB growth algorithm. These are the different applications. In the broader shell, it will take some time for me to explain this you in detail, but these are the things. These are the aspects that can be covered. Although since everything AI from everything has either black or white, that means either pros or cons. So there are few merits and the demerits when it is concerned towards training the models AI. So in the advantages for the supervised classification, you don't need data to be trained because you already know the labels. Okay. So I think since we have time constraints, I'll end up here. Thank you for listening patiently. If you have any questions, that would be covered in the question and answer round, right? Or if you have any questions right now, I don't know whether if the time allows or maybe, so afterwards we will take, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Vibhor. Now we have Professor Architect Anugraha Anil Kumar Nagaraj. He is currently serving in the Department of Architecture and Planning, Manit Bhopal. He likes to explore and confluence of technological advancements on spatial environment and strives to address the challenges facing the habitats today through the possible integration of advanced geospatial analysis, machine learning, and artificial intelligence with efficient and effective spatial planning and management. A recipient of Professor R.C. Singh Prize in the 31st Indian Engineering Congress by Institute of Engineers, India, for one of his publications which was considered of great practical importance, Professor Nagaraj has published his papers and book chapters in journals and books of international repute and shared his academic as well as research pursuits in various international conferences in India and abroad, while writing regularly for various magazines and newspapers. Over to you, sir.
Hello, 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 hello. Can you decrease the bass of the mic? Yeah. Fair enough. Thank you so much. Okay, good morning everyone. You guys did not have your breakfast? I said good morning everyone. It is the day 2 of your session, right? And I think enough has been said about what is AI. I'm not going to delve into what is AI, what is not an AI. But my objective of coming here is to sensitize you about the risks associated with AI. Everybody whom I have heard since yesterday was going all praises about what AI is, how much of a potential does it occur. My idea is to give you a glance of what are the precautions that we need to undertake while using AI. And I assume that by the end of my presentation, I'll be able to share enough resources with you which can empower you to start your journey with AI, exploring further advancements and tools of it. Because I can tell you from my own experience, I maneuvered into the domain of AI while pursuing my master's. I also, just like Vibhor sir, I also happened to complete my graduation degree in urban planning. But it was in 2015-16 that I maneuvered into AI, and the general kind of thumb rules and the resources that I am going to share with you by the end of presentation would be of immense help. So I would require 20 minutes of everybody's dedicated time slot. I would request everybody to put down their smartphone unless and until they want to click a photograph of the resources that I'll share. Am I clear? Okay. So before I start, I would like to express my thankfulness to the organizers for giving me this podium with which I can perhaps help other people from the architecture and planning fraternity to start off their journeys. How many of you have used ChatGPT till now? Please raise your hands. Fair enough. DAL-E. DAL-E. Okay. Sora. Sora is the default video. Okay. Good. So, yeah. I was supposed to tell you about how AI in future can help you in bridging resilience, ethics and participation. And I'm going to share a lot of examples with you. I'll start off by sharing 2 images, right? Let's see the image on the right. It tells the story of a 17-year-old undergraduate student from Canada. 17-year-old undergrad student from Canada, that too not belonging from physics, engineering or any kind of technological background. What he did last week was that he was able to create a fusion, portable nuclear fusion reactor by ordering equipments online. Of course, we all have skepticism about nuclear fusion reactors, that once they go out of proportion, they'll absorb the entire surroundings and all. But in this experiment, what he did was he assembled the equipments, and the energy required to fuse the atoms was much more than the energy released from the fusion reaction. The case in point it was Perplexity's AI model which helped him to decipher the PDF citing a lot of nuclear fusion reactions. He was able to interpret the technological part, the technical nitty-gritties after uploading the PDF on that Perplexity's product, and then he inquired right kind of questions and thereby ended up actually making a nuclear fusion reactor in the kitchen workshop. You can Google about this story, find out more. For 17-year-old non-technical student creating a fusion reactor. And then this image tells you of a front page of a journal, reputed journal, which is cited at a lot of places. Can you read the first line? Certainly here is a possible introduction for your topic. This actually got published last year. So the publication platform passed through it, the paper got published, and then it was met with a lot of criticisms and the paper was taken down. We all have used ChatGPT, right? But to use ChatGPT up to this extent that it even got published in a respected, reputed international journal, that is where we are heading towards, right? We are heading towards a scenario wherein the application of AI would be absolutely intrinsic, as much as to the fact that you are using a smartwatch right now, which is a very narrowed down version of the computer in your fingertips, right? And there are smart rings that are going to come up. All these 4-wheelers that you go out and buy on the market, they are having IC. They are moving Internet of Things devices. So we cannot stay away from AI, whether we want it or we don't, it's a different question. It is going to come into our lives sooner or later. So what is AI? I'll give you practical examples. it is a simple attempt to mimic the way a human mind picks up the things, learns the things, and starts to function. There are three broad categories. One is, of course, we all want to be Tony Stark, right? Tony Stark? Kaun hai Tony Stark? Iron Man, good. So Tony Stark became Tony Stark the way he is by interacting with something known as Jarvis, which was his AI assistant. And when the movie first came out in 2006, 2007, this idea of having a artificial intelligence assistant helping you in your daily day-to-day course was unthinkable. Today we have got ChatGPT, we have got Llama model, we have got Bard, and recently new DeepSeek, right? Which is kind of breaking all the records of ChatGPT. You don't have to even pay a hefty amount to be able to use it. So, understanding language, Hindi, English, Marathi, Urdu, Telugu, it is just a matter of time that Indian languages would also be understood by the model. And all you have to do is to ask the right kind of question. The other one is computer vision, which helps you to recognize the objects. I mean, through the pixels, which Vibhor sir shared, every image is represented by a lot of pixels. The computer just understands the values of the pixels and makes sense of the data. And the final part is learning from experiences, right? The AI model kind of picks up a lot of data instead of you training it and telling it, what the object in the image is all about. AI kind of squirms through all the data itself and tries to find statistical patterns and inferences. This is the evolution of machine learning, but the practical applications of ML that we are using every day is one in the form of recommendation systems. You open up a music streaming application and it will suggest the appropriate song for you. How it is able to do so is because one, of course, it's analyzing your music consumption patterns, and two, it is also analyzing the consumption patterns of your friends. So last night I got an opportunity to go out with the fourth year and third year architectural students. And they made me hear to a lot of new tracks. You know what happened today morning? When I opened up my music streaming app, it started suggesting or recommending me the rap songs which they introduced to me last night. So that is how the algorithm is picking up this stuff, even from the smartphone of data which your friends or which your peers might be using. Two, fraud detection. We all are aware of digital arrest and fake calls, wherein you will get a call that somebody amongst your loved one is imprisoned, and then they make you hear the voice, which sounds absolutely convincing, right? That voice is generated by AI. I'll make you recollect that Mission Impossible movie, part 4, where they go out on Burj, Tom Cruise goes out on Burj Al, right? All it requires is to get a voice sample of 30 seconds, and then he installs the chip on his neck and he's able to have the same kind of voice modulation and accent. That is where the technology has already reached. And there are videos, due to the scarcity of time, I won't be able to tell you or show you, but it requires only 5 seconds of audio sample. Like if you'll record my voice for 5 seconds, you'll be able to regenerate it in the entire go. There are a lot of Instagram handles which kind of make a lot of people sing a same song. Even the singers who have long died long ago, they are able to produce the modern songs in their voices. How they are able to do so? By all these technologies. And then third is predictive maintenance. That is where we are trying to go towards to ensure the ethics and integrity of the applications of AI. Of course, in terms of what contributes to which domain, AI is the broader umbrella term within which machine learning comes, within which natural language processing and deep learning comes, and the new circle which is emerging at the bottom, generative AI. You asked for an information and it is able to come up with a relevant kind of thing or product or design that you are seeking towards. Gone are the days when the architects used to sit on their computer, open Autodesk, prepare the maps. All you require right now, like in the case of Photoshop. How many of you have used the new version of Adobe Photoshop? Wherein you have to write the prompts in order to modify the image, right? AutoCAD is going to soon follow the same suit. So does the case with the ArcGIS and other software. You need to interact with the software in common English language, and maybe 10 years down the line in Hindi or Marathi, in order for the computer to do things for you. And that would be pretty safe to assume that, we all would be having the potential like what Tony Stark had in that fictional movie. Everybody amongst us would be having a Jarvis with them. What we intend to do with that Jarvis is our discretion, right? And one thing which I would like to tell you and emphasize very strongly is that how ChatGPT or any generative AI model works is by inferences. What I mean to say is ChatGPT might be able to come up with very convincing kind of statements which are absolutely correct grammatically. So if you write a query, you'll get an answer. The answer looks like grammatically correct using all the English words and terminologies. If you are not aware about the context, and there is a technical term devised by the scientists at the University of Glasgow, United Kingdom. AI models, generative AI models often throw in what is called as bullshitting, right? It's a technical term. Earlier, it was called as garbage in and garbage out. Garbage in as in the kind of training data set. If it's fudgy, the machine is bound to give you garbage out. There is no escape. Today, the scientists, computer scientists have devised the term bullshitting. You can Google it out. University of Glasgow, bullshitting, generative AI. A statement produced by generative AI which sounds absolutely convincing but holds no meaning. What the model is trying to do is, let's say if this is a prompt, the cat jumped over the fill in the blank. Depending upon the training data set, it can be fence, table, mouse or mood. What kind of training data set has gone into the training of the model? It would use the sentence which has got the highest statistical relevance. AI is not understanding what it's speaking. It is just following the pattern of statistics, right? And that is how a small child in a family, in a household picks up the language. He kind of picks up all the auditory sounds. He might not be aware of what the meaning of the sound is. But then he gradually, he tries to associate mama as mother because that is what he's observing from the surrounding. Meaning, not important. Statistical patterns is important. And that's why I want to emphasize that using AI, the prerequisite for using AI is that you should have an understanding more than that of the AI model in order to use it. If you are going to blindly rely upon the AI model, trust me, you're gonna be pasted with a lot of information which might not be true. A few years ago when Tesla's latest version of SUV, the Tesla Cybertruck was introduced in the US, you must have seen those in Instagram videos that there is a display screen which kind of predicts the object in the front of the vehicle. So there was a video wherein a horse carriage was going ahead of the Tesla Cybertruck and the camera or the sensor of the Tesla Cybertruck was not able to identify that horse carriage. Sometimes it was predicting it as a human, sometimes as a car, sometimes as a two-wheeler. From our eyes, we can take the inference that there is an object moving ahead of us and we should not go ahead. But because while training that Cybertruck's algorithm, the image of a horse carriage was not given, that's why AI failed to understand and even acknowledge. I'll give you another oversimplified example. If an AI model is trained only on the images of cats and dogs at various point of time, various breeds, various angles, then the AI model would become very precise in identifying whether the input imagery is that of a cat or a dog. But let's say if we input an image of an elephant stands way apart from a cat or a dog. AI would fail to identify it or even acknowledge it in the first place. AI model trained on cats and dogs would not identify an animal, and any other animal or even an elephant or a dinosaur. Because in its dictionary, it does not have a meaning of that word. It fails to even acknowledge the fact that something apart from the cats and dog can exist. And this is where the ethical concern of AI comes into picture. There are, it only works on the matter of statistical probability, highest probability word, highest probability image, it predicts that. Beyond its training data, it does not know anything. So we need to be really cautious about that. This is what I have identified. The doomsday scenario of machines taking over the human civilization, like what is shown in a lot of movies, like Terminator and all, that seems far away. But the imminent threat, immediate threat that all of us face from AI and its applications, one, to become redundant if we will not adopt to the technology sooner or later, and two, to become its slave, to keep on propagating the biases which might be there in the algorithm. And if I would have got the time, I would have told you the biases inherent in ChatGPT. I have got a pro account. I could have run several queries and would have proved it to you how much bias ChatGPT is against to the Indian population. As in, if I'll ask a question, because the data set on which it might have been trained on would be from Europe. So its responses would be extremely biased. So propagating those biases through our research, through our professional pursuit is one risk that we face from the models, not the doomsday scenario. That might come a century or 50 years later. So for architects, designers, planners, what all we can make sense of given all these kind of limitations, challenges. One, we have got text-based applications, like we seek to make report out of it, coding, and it is high time for us to start exploring other, see AI, the intent of AI is to get rid of coding. Right? How graphical user interface, the ability to move your cursor and click and open a file, got rid of the DOS prompt, command line prompt of using the computers. Earlier the computers, in order to use it, you had to write some commands, which the computers understood and then opened the file. Then came the graphical user interface. You could have navigated the computer through a mouse. Today, the intuitive user experience of your smartphone is so sharp that even an infant in the age of 1.5 to 2 years can learn to operate the reels of your Instagram or YouTube shorts. You must have seen this, the kids in your family using the applications and the reels, right? So yes, it is high time for us. AI gets rid of coding. We should, but in order to understand the fundamentals, we should be aware of what the coding is all about, not go head down into it. That's the domain of computer scientists. But in order to use it and in order to safeguard ourselves, to understand how an AI model works, we need to understand, and then image generation, speech, video, and 3D. And there are several considerations which I would like you to remember always while using any AI model or application. One is privacy. All the major AI models are coming out as free. Now, let's say I come up with an AI algorithm which works exclusively for architects. All you have to do is to feed in the site considerations, site imagery, like what is the site, where are the roads located, and the specificities of how much should the elevation be like, how much should be the plot size or plot dimension or proportion be like. And the AI would come up with 5 different options, permutations and combinations of a building plan, right? While making the algorithm, I need to train it on a lot of building plans made by a lot of architects. The more images I'll train the model upon, the more efficient the model would be. Am I taking necessary permissions for all those training data wallet plans from the respective architects for making that model intelligent? That's where the question mark lies. So in terms of privacy, one, the training data set, the privacy of the training data set, what kind of training data set has gone into the model to be able to offer you free of its kind services. That's a concern, not many people, because our livelihood depends on it, right? We as an architects earn our bread and butter by our imagination, our skill and our experience. And if our output is illegally being used to train a model, and that model is going to come back and hit at us by getting rid of our services as an architect, that's definitely a challenge. So one, and two, of course, when you use a model, whatever queries you're typing off is also getting utilized by the model to make itself more intelligent. So the consideration of privacy is there, the consideration of bias is there, what kind of training data has been fed to it. Let's say I just try to make a model which has got the training data set of all the people present here. As far as I can see, the gender ratio of the people present in hall is a bit skewed. We have got more number of males as compared to females. And if I kind of compile the data, let's say demographic data, academic data of any kind, and feed it into the AI model, right? The AI model would understand and assume that the universe on which we have to type the queries is always skewed like the case of the training data present in front of us. Like if there are 40 females, 60 males, then the AI model, no matter for how long it will be used, it will always keep on assuming that the universe comprises everywhere only 40 to 60 ratio of females versus males. That's one kind of bias. Two, the people who are training the AI model, their personal biases would also seep into the algorithm. Like I have a certain ideological bias or statistical bias. My worldview is limited by a lot of factors. If I am making a model, my bias would be amplified by the AI algorithm. So now you can assume why people are very skeptical about DeepSeek. DeepSeek might be very efficient, no doubts about it, although the claims are yet to be verified. But the very fact that it is coming from a country which kind of exerts a lot of geopolitical strength and exercises it, people are skeptical that the model is going to leverage upon that kind of bias which the operating country might have. So Australia has banned it, A lot of European countries have banned it, and so does the case of United States. It's just a matter of time that, our country would also come up with certain rules and regulations about the use of DeepSeek. And third, intellectual property right. I've tried to compile a lot of, screenshots of news articles. Many of them concerning the Bollywood celebrities, singers and actors. What is the reason because of which Arijit Singh, Anil Kapoor and recently Jackie Shroff has gone onto the courts of law in order to have a proper IP registered for their voice, for their acting, for their mimic. It is not for banning the comedians from mimicking. No. We will still see the Kapil Sharma show and they'll make fun of or they'll mimic these celebrities. It is for the fact that AI tomorrow, let's say I employ Arijit Singh for a song. If an AI algorithm is able to come up with his voice, I might not need actual Arijit Singh for that matter, right? And again, all you need to do is to explore a lot of Instagram handles which kind of give you entertaining content like that. A song being sung by Kishore Kumar, Mohammed Rafi, Arijit Singh, KK, Shan and Sonu Nigam together, and even a lot of political celebrities for that matter. So this is the kind of threat in terms of intellectual property that people are realizing. Last year, for a substantial amount of time, for 8 months, the Writers Guild of Hollywood was on strike for the simple reason that the generative AI was kind of preying upon their job prospectus by getting trained on the content written by them and then removing them out of the picture. It is high time for us as architects and planners right now to be able to start thinking in that direction. Because what has happened or what is happening with the authors, the artists, the actors, the singers, it is just a matter of time that the same kind of threat would be imminent for the people of our fraternity also. It is just a matter of how early ChatGPT or OpenAI or DeepSeek's parent company comes up with a model which can come up with fantastic building layouts in a matter of a few prompts. Limitations, misinformation, all the fake news can be propagated, amplified beyond imagination, right? All the fake prank calls can be amplified beyond imagination. Language, right now, the languages mostly used on the web, English, Mandarin, they are the training repositories for AI model. But quite a lot of times, language should never be a hindrance. So our languages, which have got a few speakers, get the bias. And then finally, generalization versus specialization. This is the contradiction. All the generative AI applications are very generalistic in nature. In order to make AI more specific, you would require a specific kind of training data set and high volumes of it, which would again spark a debate in terms of intellectual property and privacy. So, in such a circumstance, how should we go ahead so that we can ensure an ethical and just use of AI model? I told you in the very beginning, right? My idea is not just to make you afraid or skeptical or not to just sensitize you about the AI model, but also to make you understand what are the ways with which you can use it. So of course, one, in order to be able to use AI well, you need to have a knowledge level higher than that of an AI model. You cannot trust ChatGPT, DeepSeek for anything and everything. You need to have a higher information, higher knowledge in your head to be able to find out whether the AI is spitting garbage or bullshitting upon the data which you have or the query which you have raised. Two, there should be a human oversight in the form of regulations, in the form of regulatory bodies, in the form of government supervision, in the form of having an ethics committee instilled in place in those companies which are coming out with AI models, right? The producers also have a major responsibility, who are making these models, who are operationalizing these models, and who are making us addicted to those platforms. The citizens should also be vocal. I don't find many voices. I assume that very soon, we'll be having more architects and designers who will be raising similar kind of queries. I think anybody amongst us can also raise the matter to the council, and the community, the professional, personal, academic community should raise up their voices in order to make these, in order to sensitize everyone about these things. And finally, the authorities must listen to all the communities, encouraging a true participatory process. Because if we are trying to make up with an invention, coming up with an invention which is going to impact the livelihoods of everyone, just like how computing devices have made, we need to take their voices into consideration so as to avoid any kind of drastic job loss for a substantial amount of community, which Vibhor sir talked about in terms of polarization. Possible AI applications, I'm moving on to the area, and now if you want, you can take the screenshot of almost all the sites. I have listed a lot of resources which might be helpful for you to explore. Yes, for architects, planners, designers, productivity and innovation, the green part reflects the advantages, the red part of the text reflects the shortcomings which the AI models can help. Of course, it can automate the task, come up with a lot of creative stuff, which you have seen yesterday in a lot of presentations. In terms of 3D modeling and simulation, there are already a lot of websites which everyone should readily use, right? Before your friends start to use it or your professional colleagues start to use it and kill your business. And of course, there are a lot of services, benefits that can be derived from it. So in the previous part, I think this is the part which will be more helpful for the people of architecture, planning and design fraternity. This is where we can immediately and readily adopt the AI related tools. There are various generalist and specialist tools I have used, and for those of you who have used the services AI models, you would be able to identify the logos, right? So for generalist applications, there are certain models which are available free of cost in your smartphone. Alongside, if you use Microsoft Office Suite, you have a co-pilot, and co-pilot can help to make your presentations, reports, Excel sheets very fast. But also in terms of specialist tasks, there are a lot of tools and utilities which you can leverage. There are various websites, right, which you can readily use. All you need to do is to take a photograph of, let's say, this room, type in a prompt, how would you like the interiors of this room to be, upload the image. In 5 seconds, you will get all the kind of different renderings of this very room along with the facilities that you have given out in the prompts. So the question, there is already an article, DAL-E2, will the AI replace architects? So people in the West are already pondering over the idea. There are certain screenshots of the tools which I have used. Please go around exploring them, and the earlier you become proficient in the use of AI tools while remembering the precautions and limitations, the more would be the chances of you to excel in the tomorrow's future. Because Jensen Huang, the head of NVIDIA, the granddaddy of all the AI hardware, he said that AI is not going to replace the jobs. People who use AI are going to replace the jobs of those who don't use AI. There are a lot of tools. This video, for example, was created in a matter of 5 seconds on Sora. I just typed in a prompt that I wanted a high resolution video, maybe directing towards my presentation, and this is what the video came out to be like. If you want to excel in the world of AI, no matter you're an architect or you're a singer or you're an artist, you have to follow this T approach, right? Wherein you have to go deep in your domain knowledge. I need to be a good planner first. I need to be a good architect first. I need to be a good, let's say, speaker first in order to start exploring the AI application. And then if I am proficient in my domain knowledge, the ability to link my domain knowledge with a lot of AI applications. Because if, let's say, Autodesk wants to come up with an AI tool for their product AutoCAD, they would necessarily require a person from architecture in order to guide the computer scientists there upon what kind of tool would be most useful in AutoCAD, right? Same goes for everything. Why should we act? People belonging to the first 2 rows, your faculties would be able to recollect how the ticketing system used to be like 20 years ago. I have been lucky to have witnessed these kind of tickets being given, right? Today, railway station, chemist shop, anywhere you will find the use of computers. Senior professors sitting here, they might have done their thesis project manually on paper sheets. It would have required much longer of a time and much more of a skill set. Today, we all have computers at our disposal. The bottom image shows the case of an architectural studio, right? Just like how computers have revolutionized every single activity, every single profession, AI is going to do absolutely the same, and this demands us to get acquainted. Last few slides, just graphics. I as a planner can perhaps start to use that T framework to find out these applications. So, of course, as a planner, you can see the right hand side image, the plan of Manhattan being drawn. So first is the change of medium, the place on which the AI tools are to be applied. So visualizing the mediums through AI tools, this is how I can start to initiate my thinking. Then using advanced tools of the trade. You can see those parallel bars and pens and set squares and all. And finally, the knowledge that I can derive from it. There are a lot of case studies which you can go onto the internet. Because my time is up, I'll share the presentation with all of you. I've made a compilation of all the real world applications of AI tools that is already being done in a lot of parts of the globe. And concludingly, please, I would request everyone present in the hall to start leveraging the AI advancements. You can take the help of all these resources. They are out for the public to use. Come up with thesis projects that will be helpful for you. And in the last slide, if you hate coding like how I did, I absolutely hate coding. I would love talking to the computer instead of typing in thousands of lines of code. There are no code platforms which can make you learn it. And again, I'm telling you, the whole premise of AI is based on the fact that in order to make the computers understand something, you do not require thousands of lines of code. All you need to do is to just feed in a lot of data, one, or to be able to talk to your computer. Just like how, again, popular culture, Tony Stark does. And with this, I would like to quote the former CEO and COO of Twitter's words that the key to start riding a bike is just to get on the bike and start pedaling. You will think about once I'll do this, I'll get the equipment, I'll make a schedule, I'll find out a route, I'll find out the company. No, you're never going to learn cycling. Just get on the damn cycle and start paddling. That's the only way you can learn how to cycle. And with this, I conclude my session while sharing a lot of quotes by big people, and by reading these you will get a fair idea of how important this domain of AI is and why should we start to work towards it as early as possible. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anugrah, for that insightful presentation. Now we have architect Teja Malladi. He specializes in applying spatial data science techniques to analyze urban morphology, measure spatial inequalities, and assess climate and disaster risk. He has over a decade of experience in the application of spatial analytics for urban development, urban risk and vulnerability assessments, and developing interactive online decision support systems. Teja received his master's degree in geoinformation sciences and earth observation with specialization in natural hazards and disaster risk management from the University of Twente, Netherlands. Before starting MapSolve AI in 2022, Teja worked over a decade at the Indian Institute of Human Settlements, IIHS, where he led the IIHS Geospatial Lab, a center focused on spatial research, consulting and capacity building activities. Additionally, he served as a senior practice consultant with the Urban Risk and Resilience team. Over to you, Teja.
How much time? I'll try and complete. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much. I will try to be brief so that we can have a lot of time for discussion. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you for the introduction, and thank you for both of my other panelists. They have set up a lot of stage for me, so thank you very much. So I'm not going into the details of what, yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, just interrupt me whenever you're not able to hear, and I'll try and, I tend to move, so it might be something that I'll be moving away from it. So just one of you please point out. Thank you so much. So the idea of the small presentation is to be able to kind of highlight and add on to the points that my previous speakers have told about, that what is AI doing, how do we use AI, what kind of issues that exist with the AI, and how are we going to use, and all of those things. I think one of the critical things that we all remember from last 2 days and all the online things is about what is the data that is being used to train these models, or who is training these models,
who are developing these models, what kind of data that they are using, and day in and day out, there are a lot of these models, there are new data sets that are being released, there are new tools that are being released, and it is tempting to be able to use all of these for our own work and profession and all of those things. But the other side of it is to be able to also use it and work with it for some of the critical challenges that we all are facing. It's a climate change, disaster risk, and all of that. And all of us also experience some of these on a day-to-day basis. But a lot more others have a lot more impact, and we don't basically also understand what this is happening. So like, for example, if there is a new sense of, let's say, AI being used for disaster management, there is a sense of AI being used for city development, there is a new sense of AI using for creating digital worlds and all of those things. But if you closely observe and the work that you are doing and surroundings about you, none of it is being actually represented because we don't be a part of it. And all of us considered to be at least somewhat of a privilege that we have, and we still don't be able to be part of all of these, let's say. And then we are talking about people who are experiencing these on a day-to-day life, and they don't have any opportunity. And I think as architects, planners, it's also our responsibility to be able to think about the cities that we are building and we are shaping up, and that is the kind of a perspective that I want to add to all the discussions that we have been having in terms of where do we go and how do we do it. So I will use an example of the project that we are working in Hyderabad. It is also nice to see some of the work that you have done on Hyderabad and other places. So I will also be taking some of the references from some of those things. So using a heat as an example, heat waves as an example, and the kind of issues that we are doing, and this is the work that we have been doing for our last year and a half or so with IIT, Hyderabad Urban Labs, us, and a few other researchers across. What we are trying to do is we are trying to understand what is happening in a city. Earlier, for example, the issues of the urban and urbanization were very, somewhat straightforward in some senses where development is happening, but with a lot of changes that are happening right now, a lot of unplanned growth that is happening right now, the issues have gone multifold. Let's say, for example, a city like Hyderabad would face heat waves for 3 months, then within a few days it will come from over heat to let's say lack of water to over supply of water in terms of flooding, and there is a deluge, for example, that happens. So as people who are living in these places who are getting impacted by it, how do we then understand the context? Because you either build for a certain kind of disaster, design for a certain kind of things, but when you kind of go from one to another within a span of few weeks, how do you then start prepare for it is something that we were trying to understand, and heat is one of those things. So, and we all know, for example, everybody is not equal and all the impact is not going to be equal. And what happens is everything that we have at a micro level, for example, will impact the way that people are going to experience the materials, the kind of ventilation systems, the kind of everything that you all understand as architects and the people who design these spaces. You all understand the role of these things, but if you go out, some of the materials that they use, some of the techniques that they use, and the cost of the construction and all of that would also define the way that they are experiencing it. Let's say, for example, I'll talk about that a little bit more, but then you kind of imagine that at a site level, a building level, and then if you zoom out a little bit more and if you look at a neighborhood level, there are also a lot of those factors. Urban heat island is one of the things that people have mentioned earlier, that AI and other things are trying to kind of use these technologies to be able to predict and assess how much urban heat island is there and all of those things. But what is that translate into somebody who is living in those is something that we are also trying to understand, and how do we deal with it. It's not just about jumping into a solution, and it is about understanding the problem better so that we can ask and the right questions. Why I bring this point is, and I think it's also important and you all agree with, is how do you define a problem will define what kind of data sets and what kind of methods and what kind of tools that you are going to generate and interact with. So for all of you, I think it is also important for you to do this, and for all of us to be able to ask the right questions and where do we start. Because when we go with something like an AI, for example, it is what the tool is offering but not what the problem it is trying to solve, unless and until we know what kind of a thing, and that's what we are trying to understand impacts and the understanding of. The image that you see is the growth of Hyderabad over the last 2 decades, and this is something that you must have seen in most places. There is a lot of unplanned growth that happens along with the planned things, and then there are also limitations of how do we plan our cities, right? There is administrative boundary that kind of defines where you are going to plan and how you are going to plan. But beyond that is where I think some of the most rapid construction and growth is happening, and we are not able to also do it. And when we go and understand the site and the context and all of that, it's too late maybe, and all of it is already developed, which is something that you all experience in cities like here or wherever that you are coming from. So it is important for us to understand our cities and our the neighborhoods and our houses and the buildings that we are building important, so that we know what, if let's say something that a data set or an AI model or some image is being thrown at you, you are able to understand it better. And I think somebody else said you will be able to qualify. We will use our intelligence to be able to understand what AI or any other thing is being done. I mean, of course, we are not there at the artificial intelligence yet. We are slowly going there. I don't think the systems are intelligent enough, but it's a large umbrella that we are using, and it's a catchy word, so I'll also go with that. So this, as some of the other maps had shown also, that this is the heat map taken from a satellite imagery where you'll be able to understand. This has been there for a long time. This has been about, let's say, Landsat images and all of those things have been being used for some of these things for a long time. If there is interest, I'll talk about those in detail, for example. The heat, for example, the National Disaster Management Authority, what they say is whenever temperature goes beyond 4.5 to 6.4 degrees from your average normal, that's the time when they would declare a heat wave. What happens when heat waves and all of those happen is there is a mechanism that gets initiated, there is a protocol that gets initiated by the city governments and the district governments and all of these governments to be able to go and then start taking necessary measures. So the protocols and the government systems would be able to trigger unless and until the heat wave is not triggered, you won't be able to do it. But the other factor is about 45 degrees is when it goes above 45 degrees. That's when you will start to kind of hear about heat waves and all of those things. So what we wanted to understand is what does this 45 degrees or what does this 4 degrees change, for example, from your average normal mean to people who are living in the most vulnerable locations, because we intuitively understand they have poor building conditions, but what it is. Like I said, data is clearly important for us to understand, so that without the data and without the information, we won't be able to go and work with the systems that we have been given. So that's what the map is. I'm sure somebody who have visited Hyderabad would be able to do it. So once we have some of these, then we will be able to go and inform and also make something locally. It's not something that we have a city level plan and that we won't have enough data to be able to do that, and that's what we are trying to attempt and do this. Other thing that I want to highlight here is again the informal settlements that we have in the city. And connecting to the idea of data, for example, if you take any master plan, if you take any kind of a planning process, these informal settlements are not something that is considered in your data sets at all, right? These are not considered and these are not mapped, and there is nothing that is being generated here because they are technically informal and they are not something that the government can engage with directly. I throw there places like Delhi and all of those things, they are still trying to provide electricity connections and all of those, despite being, you don't having a land title and all of those things. But in most places, if it is an informal settlement, you don't have anything to do with it. So let's say your plan, entire city plan, even though there is a lot of population and people living in these places and trying to service the city and are a major portion of your informal economy and all of those things, all our planning processes, all our data systems and all of that ignore some of these. And when we don't have something like that that is being generated or looked at, there is no way that any kind of a tool that would come and kind of help us with it. So then it is going to be a limited thing of people who are going to be in air-conditioned rooms versus people who can, let's say, understand these early warnings, or let's say something that can be modeled, because that's the data that is being generated. Otherwise, it's not being generated. So what you see is around 1,324 informal settlements that are across the city of Hyderabad. This is GHMC that we are talking about, which is where at least some of the data sets and that are being generated. I'm sure if you talk about Mumbai, I think the numbers go between 30 to 40% of the population living in these settlements, which you don't have any idea about. So even if some solution comes in, you don't have anything to do with this, because you all will be able to generate a fancy high-rise structure that would be in place of that. You will take an image and you will ask your AI to clean all the garbage in it so that it looks beautiful. All of this is something that you can do, but you cannot really do something about it because you don't have any sense of it. You don't have any sense of that to be able to act at scale, and that's the real need that we are talking about, to be able to critically generate data. And at the time when AI is throwing everything at you, Google comes overnight and says that we have released the data for all the buildings in the world. We don't know what it means, because we don't know what it is, and it is very easy for us to be able to move into that trap of saying that, okay, this is the data that is available. It is given by Google. So what do we do with it? We blindly trust with it. We don't know. And other side of it is over-reliance of some of these, right? When Zomato, I don't know if you have heard of these, they have started to install automatic weather stations in all our cities. They say that it is open, but it is not open. And it is not public because it is still owned by a private entity and run by private entity, and it can be anytime pulled away by them, and it is not something that we can rely on. And who is holding and who is developing, and all of these are the important questions that we need to ask about. Unless and until you understand, let's say your college, you don't understand everything about it and you are being given something about it, and if they take away about that, for example, imagine a place where if Google Maps today is being let's say there is a subscription plan that is put on a Google map, for example, what would happen? The over-reliance of it would give them money. But what would be happening to those people? And that's why it's not all the countries are going after to be able to generate their own models. I'm sure you must have read about India trying to develop its own because China has it. Everybody wants to their own thing because it's also geopolitical in nature, and you have a lot of power if you have a lot of these systems and all of this. So, but the people who are already living in our cities, they don't have any kind of power, and they are living in a situation because of certain conditions. We, I think, should be able to empower some of those by giving them things so that they can do their decisions, because you anyway otherwise won't be able to do these early warnings and all of those things. So what we wanted to do is we are trying to attempt to kind of understand and measure some of these so that we also understand what is happening on ground. So what we did is we put together a lot of data sets that are available currently, and we are also in the process of developing new data sets. That's what our company and other things do, to be able to understand our cities better. So what we wanted to do is, if there are 1300 slums, for us to go and measure 1300 slums as an initial thing is not an ideal thing. So we wanted to develop a typology in which is a representative of all the things. So it at least a one step forward rather than something that we can go ahead and measure everything and its resources and all of that. Creation of data is also important because it's a money intensive process. If you want to go and measure, for example, somebody had said about the terrain model that they have built. They said they have used Google's and other available tools to be able to measure a terrain, and they said 5 days is what we have, and that's why we are not able to do it. And that's exactly the problem that we are talking about, because number of days is going to be a cost associated with it, and that's why you are not able to kind of do all of this on ground, and that's why you will get something that Google has given you, but we don't know what is the terrain, for example, per se. I mean, I understand the limitations, but it is also important for all of us to recognize those limitations. So what we have done, we have taken a long-term time series data, and we understood the temperature and the growth of temperatures. We also understood wherever a settlement is. Now that you have a location and the boundary of a settlement, you also understand the context in which the settlement let's say, for example, if there is a rich neighborhood and there is a settlement next to it versus a poor neighborhood and it's a contiguous patch of these things, there is a difference between these settlements and what the things kind of do. So understanding the difference between those was something that we wanted to do. Vegetation is something that we wanted to measure. Vegetation is something that we wanted to measure because vegetation is also an indicator of the age of the settlement in one sense, and it is also kind of a cooling and other techniques that if you have cooling, at least you have a different kind of experience of heat compared to those which are just plain buildings, which are likely to be the new ones. I have also been seeing, when I was going yesterday around the city, there are these worker sheds that are being constructed next to the roads and highways and all of that. It's that kind of a settlements is what we are talking about, which are going to be in the next month or so, for example, going to be living in 40 degrees and humidity and all of those things. That's what we are trying to understand. So then the shape index, the shape of the informal settlement and the size of it, trying to understand what are the sizes and shapes and all of those things, and how many people living in a house, because we all generate heat ourselves. We also try to understand how many people, for example, are on average living in a particular settlement, which is kind of an indication that we are trying to look at. So all of these, and we also have different timelines and all of those things. But some of the data sets that we would ideally want and not available, like is a 3-dimensional space, for example, which is also a thing. That's something that we are now in the process of developing using all of these new age techniques and all of that. So we have a better sense of dimension. Otherwise, if you want drone imagery is one of the other ways to do it, but how do you do it at scale? You cannot do it for the entire country using a drone thing because it's an expensive process. So we are trying to develop new methods to be able to develop some of these data sets and other things, right? So some of these is what we have used, and then we have shortlisted about 30 of those that we can go and do it. So what are these? These are the most representative lot of the very poor and vulnerable settlements. The settlements which are a little bit better off because they have some amount of age. Age kind of defines the quality of the settlement and the life, because people have figured out and built and what is happening in those settlements. And also something that has a most amount of representative samples. Most of the settlements, any data that you put, you will put it on a curve, and the center parts is the most representative of everything. So that's one piece that we are talking about. There is other side of the curve, which is everybody which is poor, you don't have any kind of infrastructure, you are experiencing high heat. And the right side of it, you have good infrastructure, you have better living conditions, trees and all of those things. So that's the kind of sample that we have. So after this, we went, I'm not going into the details of all of those things, but what we have done is, this is these are developed by my colleague Divya and the team. So what we have done is, overall what you have is, you have a type of set buildings that exist in each of these. It's a combination of these is what you're going to get in a thing, and it's also like maybe some example, it's a continuous thing in a thing. So what you have is something which is fully kacha that we're talking about, fully temporary materials. Earlier it used to be thatch and other things. New age is going to be tin sheets and all of those things. The idea with why is a tin sheet important for being a wall and in a roof is, tin sheet you cannot cut and make windows. So when you are building with a tin sheet, you cannot, let's say for example, have any windows, because you cannot break the tin sheet into blocks because it loses its strength. So when you have something like that, you are basically living in a oven of sorts. That is what it is there. And then there are multiple things. So other type is, you have brick walls or concrete block walls with tin roofs. Then you have some little bit more space which is outside, which is a part brick and part tin roofs. Then there are multi-storage structures, and there are government complexes like housing complexes and all of those things, which are RCC structures. Each of these have a different way of understanding and experience of heat. I like the points that I said, the direction of the house, the quality of the neighborhood, density of neighborhood, all of these would matter. But just looking at a house level typology, this is what it looks like. And when the next thing that we are talking about, the neighborhood level, there is a separate kind of a typology that exists, right? The type 1 being all the houses which are just kacha, which don't have any kind of ventilation. They're all made of tin roofs, which are much more poorer communities compared to the other ones. The yellow line is what you see is a mixed neighborhood, which you have a lot of bricks, which is a little older. So people have invested in their houses and have built these things. And the last one that you see from the map is the government housing, for example, which is basically you can see and understand, and intuitively will be able to. This is the government housing. So each of them have different kind of buildings, but are next to each other. But how do they experiencing heat? The heat is one example that I wanted to show and discuss today. This is the work. So what we have done is, we went and installed heat sensors, humidity sensors, and all other measurements that we could take from a house like this in different kinds of orientations, directions, and all of that. So we started measuring some of these in the house for a long time. I'll just give you one snapshot of these, and in addition to that, we also have set up an AWS, for example, the weather station, which also measures. The other thing about the data creation in the cities is, the weather stations are usually kept in a secure environment because of the fear of people stealing it and taking away from it. So most of these places are either put in a government office or in an airport and all of those things. So these do not really capture the temperature that kind of exist in our informal settlements and all of that. So that we wanted to kind of go and say, okay, if we measure all of these, if this is what is measured by the weather station, and if it is what is being measured by the house and all of those things, so this is what your satellite thing looks like. This is somewhat related to the heat island. As you can see, there are a lot of housing colonies and little better, richer neighborhoods who have ACs and all of those kind of things. You would see that it is comparatively less hotter compared to the informal settlement that we have. That's one of the things that we wanted to show. And if a weather station is not in this space, for example, you won't be able to capture this kind of heat rise in the thing which who are experiencing the most. That's what's first thing. So as you can see, this is also not going to capture the exact thing. What they do is you have a contiguous thing, and suddenly peaks and other things, because of the anomalies, they try and erase and kind of do it in the model. And this, the temperature that is generated with open data is captured at 10 a.m. in the morning. So the satellite that passes every day at 10 a.m. morning, which is mostly not the hottest period of your day, and so you are not able to even capture with a satellite image what is the height of the things. So then I'm going to now compare with the other one. So the if you kind of roughly look at the temperature thing, these are roughly captured about 35, 36 degrees is what the your remote sensing image takes, because it's a 10 a.m. in the morning. And this is a sample graph that I am showing you from each of these houses. Type 1 is all kacha, type 1 is all your what do you say, tin roofs, tin walls and all of those, and type 2 is brick walls and tin roofs, type 3 is the kind of government housing, which is RCC construction. What you see here is a 24-hour temperature graph that you see, and the blue line that you see is the automatic weather station that you have. So what we see from here, and what our understanding from, I mean, this is something that we knew intuitively how it is, but we wanted to measure and create the data that we can then start to kind of use for trainings and all of those things. So the blue line that you see is in the middle of the night, around 6 in the morning. It is the coldest at that time, because you have a full overnight cooling that happens. Then by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it reaches its peak, which is about 40 degrees. The red one that you see, even though it cools down faster in the night, but it reaches more, which is, let's say, at least 2 degrees more or 3 degrees more than your automatic weather station, which is captured in the site. So inside the house, it's much hotter compared to what it is. And how much the difference is about 2.5 degrees. And every degree, how much, what is the impact of every degree that human body is going to experience and all of that is a separate discussion altogether. And that's something that we are also trying to understand, how they feel and what they do and other things. The type 2 is the brick and the tin roofs, which also have a very high temperature in the night, because your materials that you have built, for example, are not something that is able to release the heat, and that's what happens in that condition. And the green one that you see is RCC. It doesn't heat up, but it doesn't cool down, so you are sitting in a very controlled 36 degrees. But what we say is 24 degrees is what we ideally need as a 24, and 26 as a comfortable thing, but they tend to live in almost 36, which is an RCC construction. And every house, once you go in, it's going to give you a very different dimension of it, because the practices of the people living in it, the kind of cooking practices, number of people, the orientation, the ventilation, what do they would, how much furniture they have, all of these matters. So it's not, this even doesn't represent the kind of a thing, and that's what we were trying to do. So unless and until we have some of these data sets, whatever that we are going to get, whatever that we are going to study, whatever that we are going to kind of understand from the data that is being generated by all of this AI, because those are going to be definitely misrepresented or something that we can't do. And once we understand some of these locally, what we will be able to do, let's say with some things like AI, is to be able to translate, because we will be able to make some connections of what is actual and what is predicted, and you will be able to tell. Because if outside temperature is, let's say what we've seen is 40 degrees, and if let's say if it goes to 45, in a temperature where we have seen it's for 2 degrees already more, and when it is 45, and when the heat wave is declared and you ask people to stay indoors, you would expect them to be a kind of go and stay indoors, which is around 50 degrees, for example. And I don't think, and they don't have any spaces, for example, to be able to sit outside and to be there, any kind of cooling for example, that happens. So you are designing a plan for people who you are expecting to be having an AC, for example, to be able to go and ask them to stay inside, but you are not thinking of a person who is going to sit in a tin roof which is already oven, and if you do guidelines like go and sit in your home if the temperature reaches 48, and if you don't have any open space to go and sit under because it's a tree there, there is no tree, for example, what kind of plans that we are going to make? And unless and until you have this kind of a thing and you're not empowering people to be able to deal with these and take these decisions, you won't be able to kind of save lives even though you have any kind of tools and other things. So infrastructure, capacity, and the need for data that we have is very important, and I'll end it here. I'll be happy to take any questions. There are a lot of things that we are trying to generate for these data sets, but that can be something that we can have a discussion. But this is a perspective that I wanted to bring to the discussion with other panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Teja, for that wonderful presentation. I would now open the floor to the audience if you have any questions. Ashna, can you do the mic?
Hello.
So all three presentations were really great, but my first question is to Teja. Now you are talking about data sets, and we are having these multinationals who are having data like Google, etc., etc. But India also claims that they have big data set in form ISRO's Bhuvan, right? So ISRO's Bhuvan has got a lot of data set, including say taluka level or for example ward level data they have. Only problem is that their user interface is not very good. So have you explored Bhuvan? And have you used Bhuvan data in your data analysis?
Thank you, ma'am. We do use a lot of these data sets, Indian satellites and the Indian satellites and also the international satellites and all of our work, for example. But the satellite data is one thing and the data products is the other thing. Let's say, for example, the master planning process kind of talks about 1:40,000, 1:10,000, which is talking about a certain set of features. But what we are trying to capture with those is what the list of layers and other things is defined by a planning typology, but not from your vulnerability perspective. So they would be useful for some perspectives and for some kind of uses, but the kind of applications that we are talking about, for example, is not currently capturing these, and we need to kind of do those additions with a new set of, let's say, tools and techniques and technologies, and that's what we are trying to do. Bhuvan data, for example, I think now there is a lot of open data that they have put together and opened it, but till, let's say, few months back and a year back, there were a lot of restrictions around it. So once the data is out, I think it will take little time for us to be able to translate that into products and use it, and the current products that are being used do not capture the kind of heterogeneity that we are talking about in cities, and it is just limited to the planning terminologies and techniques and not the other side of things. And also accessibility is one more thing. So it's not that everybody is able to access them and use them to the best of their things. They do a lot of trainings, but that kind of when we go and ask people, let's say for example the city authorities whether they have access, they currently do not have a computer to be able to access within their offices, for example. So these are the challenges that we are currently understanding and trying to see how we can, people have moved away to the mobile phones quickly, so they are also mobile applications and all of that. So that's the thing that we are trying to still understand how it is being done. Yeah.
They have that decision unit everywhere. And those people, they have really fine their data. Like for example, okay, now they have this Gati Shakti unit in every state government, okay, and they have captured real fine-grained data. For example, all the buildings, photogrammetry, they have captured photogrammetric data, point cloud data of the buildings to building level. So I am sure these kind of informal settlements also they must have cleared, but as you are saying, as you are said, access is the problem, and then they get the data and just keep it, and they themselves don't have access or capacity to handle the data.
The issue one that I wanted to highlight is also the frequency at which some of these are getting generated. So a LiDAR or a drone or a high resolution satellite, for example, is a very expensive thing. So to be able to rely on it is a certain thing that we do, but I agree, from my understanding, what I understood is it is limited to the 500 cities which their Amrut GIS based master plan is being generated. For those things they have generated the high level thing, but those things are not accessible to, let's say, for people who are from other outside agencies, and it's limited to the government agencies, what our understanding is. But if it has opened up, we would really like to also understand and explore some of this. Yes.
I think that NRSC has that. It's really difficult to get the catch-hold of data from NRSC when we are preparing these plans under Amrut. Because like I am dealing currently with 3 projects on Amrut. We are working with State Town and Country Planning Department, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. So, and the major challenge which comes it is of scale. So, as ma'am is saying, like going to those precincts and looking for those information, it becomes really a huge challenge. Bhuvan, even if we look at the Bhuvan datasets, I think last Bhuvan dataset that is available latest for 2016, if I'm not wrong. And for the latest data sources, we rely on Esri. It has 2021 Esri at least. It has 2021 datasets.
Just to, going back to my earlier point, the idea is also the question defines the data that needs to be collected. Bhuvan has data sets, but it is limited to, let's say, urban planning purposes, but not for decision-making purposes of a different kind. They have a DRR portal and all of those things, but they are all reactive rather than that can help preparedness, and those are the gaps that we are trying to still discuss and all of those things. But I agree with your point. There is a lot of data sets that we are generating and creating, and I think Indian data sets are more accessible in terms of pricing compared to all the other things. But the intergovernmental and other issues that we maybe cannot talk in a live stream, we can maybe discuss a little bit more in detail of the record.
So one challenge that we see with respect to data sets available in India is the accessibility that we've already touched upon. The other aspect is the influence of private sector on these data sets that are available. A lot of this data that is available within public domain is largely supposed to be democratic, but still remains, not visible in the parity of, common stakeholders. So what are certain institutional levels we need to reform within our policies, or what steps or measures should we take to ensure that a large number of audience vis-a-vis the large number of stakeholders have access to data sets that are secured, to also ensure that no one can hamper with these data sets?
The government of India came up with a geospatial policy 3 years ago, and the intent of government was the same, so as to get to the role of regulator, which can ensure all these things like the availability of data sets to a broader share of stakeholders, rather than keeping it concentrated in the hands of a few. The idea was also to encourage private entrepreneurs. I thought of adding it to ma'am's response in the last question, that the kind of scenarios that we have, accessibility to satellite data products is one thing, and ISRO is working upon that. But more than that, is trying to open up a venue for people like him to participate and to provide services which the government has historically not been able to. So I think geospatial policy might not be the sufficient measure by the government, initiative by the government, but then similar kind of initiatives if the government would proactively undertake within its ambit, and would ensure that the implementation of all these initiatives are also done in the due intent. I think it is just a matter of time that this will open up a Pandora's box for a lot of private entrepreneurs to come forward and to address the requirements that exist in our country.
I think that opens up a lot of challenges. When we talk about the when we talk about the private companies, new startups coming up with the AI data, so how reliable those data sets would be, maybe it would be molded according to them. So that's why when we look for any AI tool, we always rely on the data sets that are given under the aegis of state departments. Okay, so here this becomes a huge question mark, whom to rely and whom to not. And even if you look at the Karnataka and the Tamil Nadu geospatial policy, they are doing tremendous work in the field of urban. Like even the shape files and everything is available on the open data platform. Whereas in the north departments, if you look at the state town country planning, Haryana and Punjab, they are still like they have not moved to that extent as the. So we see a disparity happening in between the north and south.
One point I want to add into this thing of the idea that we're trying to say the geospatial data policy, Bhuvan and all of that is generating a kind of a data which is responding to the planning policy and planning guidelines. What we are trying to say and add to the gap is that the planning guidelines are still the same and they are following the same norms which do not capture the kind of things that we are talking about. That's one thing that I wanted to highlight. So the demand side of the question that I said about if you want to ask a right question, then you would be able to generate the right data. But if the planning process, I'm not a practicing planner, but for what I understand is they don't really understand or have a space for including the informality in a thing. So as long as you don't have that kind of a thing, the 1:10,000, 1:4,000, 1:2,500 is generated with a road width that accuracy would improve, but not about the informal settlements because that is not in their purview to be able to generate because that is what is guiding the thing. So that's one thing, and we're still talking about a central authority to be able to generate and secure it. What we are trying to say is building more capacity for the cities because cities understand their problems better. Mumbai problems are different from Hyderabad to Chennai and the cities should have their capacity to be able to do this. Otherwise what happens is we will end up using the standard data set for all the problems. Because we have a hammer, for me everything looks like a nail. That's the thing that we want to adopt.
That's why to contextualize these things, the government is pushing up towards drone technology. So if you look at the budget for under Amrut state departments, all the consultants who are doing these projects, a huge surplus budget is dedicated for drones. So you need to obtain the prior permission and then you need to go for drones and all. Like I was involved with GPSDP also, Gram Panchayat project under RADP. We were preparing RADP 5 guidelines. So we adopted 2 villages, we were working with Ministry of Panchayat. And there we saw that it was a huge challenge for us to get the drone imagery of that village.
So the ecosystem, one should get the ball rolling for making a right kind of ecosystem wherein the government nurtures it, encourages it, and the private players are up for availing it. In institutions like SPA can help a lot in setting up the right tone with which the policy should get implemented on the ground.
Another aspect that we were talking about, which again looks at informality at large, because in urban discourse in India, informality is subdued in each and every aspect. So, Favelas and Rio came up with the idea of the model, which is based on the idea of affirmative planning. And a lot of them have now used AI as one of the toolkits to create data sets so as to come up with a larger vision plan where how much affirmative action a community needs and what are going to be the repercussions as well as the positive impact on the society. So like Teja was also suggesting that our planning mechanism still is really technocrat. We have not been able to look forward in changing the discipline or discourse in the planning with respect to the kind of advancements we have had in the technology as well as in the kind of migrations our large urban centers have seen. So that is one of the crucial challenges that still remains, which also links us to the idea of capacity building, which I think a lot of institutions post 2015 have tried to comprehend by NULM or by providing digital toolkits to enhance resilience amongst the communities. Should it be a top-down approach that it comes through the center and goes to ULBs as given guidelines that you follow this? Because I think in SCM, Smart City Mission, Amrit, we have a guideline that's given us by the center and cities are contesting based on that. But the local contextual needs are best known to the cities and people who are living over there. So the capacity building should start from there. And AI as a tool should be comprehended and innovated by people who are living within the cities, and then they can take forward. So what are the challenges that we see that the shift has not been able to happen even, in last 20 or 30 years?
See, that was what was the original intent of 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act 1992. Planning has been a state function. It is a function of the state government. It comes under the state list in the constitution. So it was ideally the state governments which were responsible for creating the plans. Now what has happened is the central can issue a lot of guidelines, but unless and until those guidelines are taken in full spirit by the state governments and implemented from bottom to up, as per the intent of 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act, I think nobody would be able to bridge the lacuna that exists between what the government or the broader body of planners and administrators intend to do or get converted on the ground, and how much actual convergence is taking place on the ground. On the other hand, now how I perceive AI to be is like just how the computing revolution and cloud revolution and IoT is revolutionizing from the bottom up. I mean, most of the gentry who's available in this hall right now would be wearing a smartwatch, they will be carrying a smartphone in the pocket. Of course, the larger bodies, the corporates, the government is trying to leverage the big data which these devices are preparing for doing a lot of tasks. But these devices have also empowered the local community to take a lot of informed decisions. They might not be relevant to planning as of now, but in terms of their commercial choices, their financial choices, their entertainment, recreational choices, they are already using all these devices. So AI in that sense can also empower the local citizenry to take informed decisions. And it can also help, like if we would sensitize enough of a critical mass of the population, I think that can help them to go from bottom till up. Of course, we cannot assume or expect the top-down approach to be a lot more efficient. I mean, if they intend to be, that's out of our court, right? We cannot take a shot on that. We cannot predict when it is going to happen. But people like him, if they will revolutionize the changes from the bottom up, I think it is high time for us to imbibe all these technologies and go from bottom to up. And then that will also help the people from the top to perhaps implement the long due reforms which they initiated in 1992. So it's a boat of, like, it should go mixed ways, but what we can do as the part of institutions, as part of people working on the ground, is that we can sensitize the population, make them take or make them leverage the tools which are available at their disposal. And then perhaps we can force the government also to initiate the required set of changes from the top.
A lot of pushes happening from the global organizations. Like I was involved with one of the projects with UN Habitat, where we were developing a tool called as PAT, Performance Assessment Tool, their Nigerian office. So they wanted to standardize the master planning template for the cities in India. But somehow there were other set of people who were contesting this idea how to do it. There are a lot of intricacies in the Indian cities. So if you want to go to that depth, you do a depth research about these cities, the kind of problems, lacunas they are going through are quite different. So whether, up to what extent we can standardize is a big question. Like you started with this narrative, whether we want to have an up-down approach or we should go from micro to macro scale. So standardization is good. Now how those local areas mold themselves under the umbrella of the bigger chunk, that's something which we should know about. So they try to imbibe the PAT master plan toolkit which they have prepared, Nigerian Office of UN Habitat, and we did a project with one of the cities in MP, which is Bhopal. We have taken two cities actually, Bangalore and Bhopal, and we try to see how the things that are written under the PAT are matching with all the secondary documents that are there as far as different master plans are concerned. And we see under few sectors, there are a lot of deviations. Like housing, they told affordability as one of the aspects. But if we go on ground, then the kind of issues that we observe are totally different. So again, definitely we need a template that should generalize all these things. But those templates should be diverse enough to accommodate all kind of aspects that can be relooked at the local level.
So, any questions from the audience? Yeah, you can go ahead.
I have a question for all three of you. How can we as students start synthesizing the genesis of AI in our academic projects so that when we go to the field, there isn't much gap in application?
I would like to answer it first. See, you know, my knowledge of AI tools is primarily because of the students that I teach. It's as simple as that. I cannot match up to the level of students because, you know, no matter how much. I was having a discussion with a computer science professor from IIT Kanpur, who's a very dear friend. Another professor of computer science from IIT Hyderabad. We met in a conclave and then we were having post-dinner discussions. And the query was same for all three of us, that, you know, no matter how hard we'll try, we'll never be able to match the knowledge level of a student who would be more aware of all these tools that are existing on the ground. So all three of us decided in unison that we should interact with students more in order to find out what they are up to in terms of using and leveraging these tools. So my teachers in that regard with respect to new AI tools and new simple and exciting stuff and entertaining stuff that is coming up is from the students only. So it is what can be a perfect answer to your question is you need to be consistently on the toes, because just like how the computers revolutionized the scope of work for every discipline, when the computers, imagine the scenario in late 90s when the computers would have introduced in architectural schools for the first time. I can tell it for my institution, Man at Bhopal. My faculties have told me that there were 2 computers, workstations which were bought in the department. Not many of them got a chance to work upon AutoCAD in the first go. But those who kind of went on to learn AutoCAD by going outside were always ahead of the curve, because gradually every architect had to follow the suit, follow the norm. So those who were ahead of the curve, who kind of proactively tried to learn the software at the right time, got due rewards for their endeavor. So my suggestion to you is to consistently be on your toes, because the world is changing so fast. New tools are coming up day after day. Every day I wake up, I do my daily chorus, and then I open up the Instagram to follow right kind of pages which tell me what OpenAI is up to in terms of their deep research model, how DeepSeek is kind of revolutionizing the field. So the only way to get ahead in this domain is to get up in the morning and try to be aware of all these tools that are coming up. And that eventually you are going to see. I assume you are a second year student right now. So by the time you will be in final year, you will understand yourself that the only way you can get ahead of the competition in terms of your classmates is how much early you can adopt to a new website or a new tool that has came up. That's the only key.
I'll give you a live example of that. One of my students is doing a research on Google Trends data. So based on the search history, if you want to speculate how the real estate values are changing in XYZ area, so how many people have searched about, suppose if it's the case of Mumbai, if it is Bandra or if it is Khar or any XYZ place. So based on the search history, whether it reflects on any change on the land value, this kind of research people are coming up with. So I even completely agree with what Professor Anugrah has just said about, we learn a lot from our students. So even I am very positive about that she'll come out with something very interesting.
Thank you.
I would say that you have to be a little bit more now logical. You have to have your basics right, because AI can throw you anything at you. So in the process of doing that, you shouldn't just be falling for it. So it's now more for you to be able to understand, think, and the logic side of your brain should be more active compared to anything else. It's not just the tool, because everything will change, but your intelligence would remain the same. So I would encourage you to be a little bit more present, observant, and understand the things so that you also know what you are being. It's not that you are being driven, it's something that you are using. It is that you shouldn't forget.
Always remember the first slide which I showed you, right? A 17 years old non-technical student, not from engineering background, is able to prepare a nuclear fusion reactor. His story is raging all over X right now. You go through the story, you will find and understand yourself how he did it. And if he can do such a feat, I think आप तो बहुत कुछ कर लोगे.
You refer to Yuval Noah Harari's latest interview. All know about Yuval Noah Harari? No. He has written *Sapiens*, one of the very famous books. So he has talked a lot about how the AI will bring out some sort of revolution. Okay, and so you just simply type on YouTube Yuval Noah Harari's AI experiences, you'll get to know.
So, with this, we wind up session 1 of APIC day 2. I thank all the speakers present over here for their wonderful presentation and for giving us the insights on what are the key challenges and how the world is going to change, and to give us the idea that it is always the intrigue and the inquisitiveness that would drive us to a better world, that would drive us to have more knowledge systems embedded in our place. So thank you so much, everyone. Now I request our professor, our principal, Professor Meera Malegaonkar, and Vice Principal, Professor Ijaz Kashmiri, to come on stage and felicitate the speakers.
We will now take a 15-minute break. Please feel free to network, visit the students' exhibition, or refresh yourself before we move on to next session.
स्टेजवरून म्युझिक टाकले. काल त्याला मुलं क्लॅप वगैरे वाजवतात ते म्युझिक या हे करतात ते. तर काल काय माईक यूज नाही केला कैसा रहता है अभी लाइन इसमें से देखा ना अगर उधर किसी का अवार्ड दे देगा कभी म्यूजिक का चाहिए वो कुछ नहीं था ना क्लैप बजा दे उसका ऑडियो तो फायर कुछ नहीं कर सकते ऑडियो
किया है कि नहीं ये तो पता होना चाहिए ना। देखो किसका है, ये तो हमारे इससे पहले जो हो रहा था ये वो वाला ये हो चुका है। इसका प्रेजेंटेशन आज को फोल्डर बनाओ डेस्कटॉप पे, बोलो इसमें डालें अपना नाम डाल के। हमें जूम मीटिंग का थोड़ा ज्वाइन करने दो अभी जूम तो है ना शायद सेशन चल रहा है हमारा।
जो मीटिंग है
नहीं ये तो मेल खुला हुआ है, इससे मतलब नहीं वो उनसे बोलो डेस्कटॉप पे डालें जो भी है इनका है। इस पे नहीं या बाहर ऐसे लेंगे ना कौन से खोलते हैं आवाज़ साउंड वगैरह देखो क्या है सब क्लियर करो, सब चेक कर लीजिए। आप डेस्कटॉप पे इसका फोल्डर बना हाँ एक मिनट पहले थोड़ा आप लोग चेक कर रहे हैं। यश म्यूट कर देना आरसी बंद देना आरसी या आई कैन सी द स्क्रीन आई कैन सी द स्क्रीन इसमें आनी चाहिए सर आवाज़ आवाज़ हाँ बोल रहे हैं थोड़ा थोड़ा बोल रहे हैं ना बोलिए सर बात हाँ 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 अपने लोग सर एक मिनट के लिए इनको दे देता हूँ थोड़ा उसका चेंज कर रहे हैं just setting up some technical things and then we'll start in 10 minutes. हाँ कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं अभी अभी होने अभी चालू होने वाले कॉन्फ्रेंस ही जाने वाले नहीं वो बोले थे पहले वीडियो प्ले वो वीडियो है सेकंड ईयर का प्रोजेक्ट अरे तो पहले सेटिंग हो जाने दो ना हाँ वही सेटिंग करके वहाँ पर ले गया था वो वीडियो होने का फिर यहाँ पर बॉक्स करेक्ट करें ठीक है इसमें आते हैं लेकिन हमें इसको साउंड उधर से इस पर डिस्प्ले आना है ना साउंड आना है तो स्पीकर प्ले कर लेना इसमें एक वीडियो हाँ चलो इसमें यूट्यूब में इसको थोड़ा आवाज कम लगा हाँ इसी जगह नहीं यार इधर ही आ रही है
Hello. We are starting in just 5 minutes. Hello.
एक
ऑन कर ऑक्स हाँ गूगल में इसमें हाँ
ये तो माइक है ना वो तो, ये बाजू वाले स्पीकर है क्या? स्पीकर में
Sorry.
वो जो बात करेंगे उनको वहाँ
हाँ उसको, हाँ इसके ज़रिए, ऑक्स के ज़रिए इस पे से सबको सुनना चाहिए। किधर हो? अरे स्टेज पे आओ जल्दी से, 2 मिनट में, अर्जेंट है, अर्जेंट है। अरे आओ तो पहले, फिर चले जाना। अरे रुकने का नहीं, स्टार्ट होने वाला है, सेशन स्टार्ट होने वाला है, काम है। अरे इसका ऑडियो उधर नहीं हो रहा, अरे उधर नहीं जा रहा ऑडियो, क्या नाम है, ऑक्स पे कल चल रहा था, आज मालूम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। जल्दी से आओ फिर चले जाना वापस, हम भेज। ये तो नॉर्मल रहता है ना, कल तो इसे हम लोगों को हुआ पूरा। ऑक्स केबल की तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
देना और एक रहेगा देखो उधर ही, इसमें मिक्सर हाँ म्यूट करके आ जाए। म्यूट कर यश ऑन कर, यश
वो बंद कर दीजिए ना गाना, गाना बंद कर दीजिए।
हाँ
मैडम से बात करके चेक कर लेना। 1 मिनट, हाँ 2 मिनट।
यश वॉल्यूम ऑफ कर।
आप स्नेहा से बात करके देखें,
यहाँ से। हेलो स्नेहा। You can hear us? ठीक है. Okay, we are starting in 10. 5 minutes, yeah?
ये इसको इधर ही जाएगा, इधर जाएगा. इसका जो है इस पे आएगा, तो उधर से यूट्यूब पे देगा. ये स्क्रीन हमको इधर शेयर करना है, अच्छा?
Yeah, you will be able to see the audience.
हाँ, ये डुप्लीकेट करो. हाँ, हाँ, बराबर. चलो वापस स्टार्ट करो हम लोगों का. एक मिनट, इसमें से बेकार क्या है, ये खराब है. ये लो.
We are going to start our second session, so I request everyone to gather in auditorium. I request to please everyone to be seated. Start. Okay. Okay. Hello, Sneha ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. Our next session delves into the human-centered AI in built environment. I would like to introduce our moderator for our second session, Dr. Navneet Munot. Dr. Navneet Munot is an architect and urban planner currently engaged in academia at the Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal, an institute of national importance established by the Government of India. Dr. Munot pursued his bachelor's in architecture from the National Institute of Technology, Hamirpur, and the subsequent post-graduation as well as doctorate from the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, one of the premier institutions of the country. His doctoral research was in the domain of urban planning and management. Dr. Munot has been serving in his current position as an associate professor in the Department of Architecture and Planning, Manit Bhopal, for the past 13 years and has been consistently improvising himself not only as a teacher but also as an interdisciplinary researcher. He is also heading as a research center, COA-TRC, established at Manit Bhopal for fostering the synergy of boosting the entrepreneurship culture as well as for facilitating skill development among the students, academicians and professionals, which is in line with the vision of the Government of India. Many academic honors and awards which he has received as an academician, both for his teaching as well as research pursuits, stand as a proud testimony to the excellence in all his form of research papers and books. Book chapters at several acclaimed international conferences organized in India or abroad, like in Singapore, National University in Singapore, Malaysia, University of Malaysia and Italy, University of Naples. Very recently, his research papers have also been accepted in international conferences at the University of East London, United Kingdom, Pushkin National University, South Korea, and University of Aveiro, Portugal. Dr. Manoj has been awarded the prestigious 13th CIDC Vishwakarma Award for the year 2022 in the 26th CIDC Annual Day Ceremony conducted by the Construction Industry Development Council was set up by the erstwhile Planning Commission, now Niti Aayog, at the India Habitat Center, New Delhi. He is the first architect and planner from the architecture and planning fraternity to receive this award for his academic as well as professional achievements and pursuits. This is the third national level award that he has got. Dr. Munot has been awarded the prestigious Now I would like to introduce Architect Sneha Kishnadwala. Architect Sneha Kishnadwala holds a Master of Science in Architectural Design for the Conservation of Built Heritage from the University of Now I would like to call Munot sir on the stage.
Thank you. So all of you please pay attention here and namaskar. As we have another session of this conference and we are expecting this session again as we had last session. So first of all, we should talk about this session, human-centered AI in built environment. The theme human-centered AI in the built environment focuses on how artificial intelligence can be integrated into architecture to create spaces that better serve the needs of people. In the context at architectural design, human-centered AI emphasizes the use of technologies to improve how we experience and interact with building and spaces. By analyzing data about how people use and move through spaces, AI can help architects design buildings that are more comfortable, efficient, and sustainable. If can optimize lighting, temperature, and layout to ensure well-being while promoting energy efficiency. Additionally, AI can assist in making design more inclusive, ensuring accessibility for people of all abilities. This theme highlights the importance of using AI not just for technical achievement, but for creating architectural environment that truly put human needs and experiences at the forefront of design. With this, I would like to introduce our first speaker. And our first speaker is Sneha Kishanwala. So, Sneha, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't see. I can't see anything. I can only see the logo of Rizvi College.
Camera, so now I have turned on.
Yeah, yeah.
So, hello, how are you?
I am good, thank you. How are you?
I am also good. So, about Sneha, she is highly motivated professional with an international experiences of almost 8 years. She is a registered architect in India and she managed, coordinated and implemented projects. Her excellent communication, problem solving and leadership skills combined with her research, academic and professional experiences make her highly valuable employee and team leader. She has also carried detailed research on balance between sustainability and heritage conservation, climate change and heritage and well-being amongst many others. Since late 2023, she has been supplementing her international heritage experience, building her Australia specific experience working with heritage from GML, firm like GML and Navin officer, heritage consultants. In doing, she has been developing her understanding of heritage legislation and its daily application in the Australian context, particularly in relation to the Heritage Act NSW 1977 and the Heritage Act 2004. She has demonstrated her ability to apply the provision of these acts in relation to heritage assessment by providing several reports on site assessment and heritage impact. She has demonstrated her familiarity with and ability to implement the relevant state and territory guidelines through her projects and different works. She has also demonstrated flexibility, capacity, and willingness to contribute to other heritage projects as indeed including supplementing terms of other experts such as archaeologists and historians. She has come up to understand that flexibility and teamwork is of utmost importance in small to medium heritage companies. So with this, I would request our speakers to start her presentation. Over to you, Sneha.
Thank you so much for this elaborated introduction. I basically work in, I was in India earlier and I started working in Sydney just I think it's been like a year now. So it's nothing much, to be honest. I'm an architect with an experience in conservation. I was working with Intac earlier, and I can't share my screen. If someone could help me with that.
So do we have her presentation? So yeah, if you have shared your presentation, then we can share.
Have you shared your presentation earlier?
No, I think they had some issue with.
So if you can just go down on the toolbox.
Okay, I can do it now. Great, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm an heritage consultant here, and I work with Neumann Officers Heritage Consultants, which is a team of architects, archaeologists, and historians. Through my presentation, I will show you how we all collaborate together and how do we use digital tools to do that. So I'm going to start. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, it's visible. It's visible.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm just going to give a very short overview of how digitization is used in heritage conservation, and I'm going to take you through a very small perspective on how it is done in Australia or how it is done in our daily works here. So first is how is AI being used in heritage conservation? The first is in terms of restoration, where there are these softwares in which you can just take a picture and they would tell you that what object is missing, what part is missing, what needs to be replicated. If you look at monuments in India, most of them are symmetrical. So what happens is that even if there's one part missing on one, say if there's a part of a window missing on one side, AI knows that it would be the same on the other side and it would replicate it. So it becomes easier for a person to recreate on what is missing or recreate what it could have been possibly there. Again, with the numerous number of data which is stored with AI, is that they would tell you in terms of what style of architecture was that monument of, when was it built. It can give you an understanding of its history, its background, and all of that. So that is where in restoration AI is helpful. There are a lot of softwares and instruments such as 3D scanners, photogrammetry, where they can literally scan an entire structure, it's in its surrounding, using a camera. So if you see the first image here, this instrument here is a digital scanner, a 3D scanner, and they basically have these laser light which rotates in 360 degrees. So it literally documents the entire site which is there. So it's not as easy as it looks. You need to have a particular software for that, and you need to decide which points you want to place the scanner. Then only then it could scan the entire site, because it's not that you only have like a small object which you want to scan, but it's like an entire site. So that is where it is used. So there is this organization in Scotland which is called Historic Environment Scotland, where they had a project which was called the Scottish 10, under which they decided that 5 monuments which are listed under their local government, and 5 international projects from all over the world, they would pick these 10 sites and 3D scan them. So the one which I see, the picture which is down, is from a bridge which is in Scotland, which they had completely done a 3D scan on. This is an image of Humayun's tomb, which is of course not done by Scottish under the Scottish 10 project. It's a photogrammetry done. I believe it is done by Aga Khan during their conservation work. So as you can see, like these scanners, these machines, they help you so much in terms of documenting every minor detail of the site. So even if I wanted to zoom to a particular detail, I could zoom and understand what is there, how was it done, what was the material used, and if anything is missing, what it could be possibly there. So this is where 3D scanners are there. Then is cultural heritage mapping. So this is something which we actually use in our like it's used very regularly by archaeologists in our workspace. So when you talk about archaeology in India, when you go to an archaeological site, you would generally find say like pottery or broken bangles or ceramics and all such of things, like you would see something from a livelihood from like if, in the archaeological sites in India. But when it comes to Australia, what you would generally find is say pieces of stone. You would find tools, like stone tools. Like if I look at this image, these are different kinds of stone, and they have used these it was a part of a bigger stone, and they have broken it down to make smaller tools. So this is what we call as artifacts in the local language here. So what you would actually find on site is artifacts when you're going and doing an archaeological survey. And now you have to find these artifacts in an environment which is like this, where there are already so many stones, so many pebbles, and sometimes it is so bushy that you can't really identify. But that is our job. Like we have to go on site, look for them. Now if I'm going into this big excuse me, into this large landscape, and imagine I found like a piece of stone which I believe is an artifact, how do you think I would map that? How would I locate its location? So that is where we would use the GIS, which looks somehow like this, and we point these the location of these, and it gets converted into a software. We also have this software in the form of an app. So we take the app, stand at the location, and we say this is what was found, take pictures, and it directly gets uploaded in our software. So when we are back in the office, back on our computers, we know what was found where. So this is how, like, you know, if there's a large project, this is how you would find like a zoomed out location of these stones. Other thing which is very commonly found, which is a part of archaeology, is the scar tree. So these are two very rough examples of what scar trees are. So there are these trees, and then they remove very I don't know how they used to do it, and they used to remove like one layer of the bark, and they would use it either as a shield or as a plate, or as something in their daily use. So you would find these scarred trees mainly along the riverside or near water areas, and that is how, again, how do we document, is by using the same methodology. So if you look at this terrain here, which seems to be like a river, you see a lot of scar trees there because that is how it is pointed. So this is how we use geospatial AI in our work almost daily. Now, what do we do with so much of data which is there, right? It has to be given back to people who can understand it easier. Now, a person need not understand conservation or need not understand heritage or understand software to experience this. So there is we generally use virtual reality, which is an interactive experience which tells you a lot of it kind of tells you a story of what these uh, historical periods, these landmarks, these periods, how was it destroyed, why was it destroyed, some interesting facts, and so on. So that is one way of doing it, and the other way is where you have interactive exhibits, and it is used for education. So now this first picture is done by one of it's done as a project of ours, where we did an historical research for a company, and then they exhibited in the museum. So this is about one local community, indigenous community in near Sydney, and now they're explaining the school kids on how did what happened and how did they came to this place and all of that. This is an example of how it is there done at Ajanta Caves, where even if you just Google it, you would find, and you can look at the caves sitting right from your homes. And this is another experience again where children can very interactively look at these exhibits, be playful, and learn from them. Now I am going to go to a few websites which we use daily when it comes to when we're working on a heritage project. So generally, it starts with documenting and understanding what the site is. Now, say for example, I have to conduct a heritage assessment for a project for a building which is somewhere say somewhere in Sydney, and I don't know what is it all about. So there is this website called Trove where they literally have everything. Everything is inventorized, and you just have to do a Google search on what do you want, and they will give you everything that is available on this website. So if you look at the categories here, they would have newspapers, gazettes, magazines, newsletters, images, maps, literally everything which is there. You will be able to look at that. You will be able to open it, access it, take what is relevant to you, and you can also cite them in the report which you are doing. The other one is where just how in India you have sites which are locally, state, nationally, and then World Heritage listed. Similarly, they have sites here listed in the same manner. So if you look at this place where I'm pointing my arrow is where the opera house is. It is, if you see, it is marked as green, and if you look at the legend, that's a World Heritage site. So there is this entire map which is there where they tell you everything on what is locally listed, what is state listed, if there is an aboriginal place which is an indigenous name for you. What is, and even if I kind of click on this part, like this option, I will know it is coming under which local policy. So everything is right in there, and if I click at one of these options, they would give me everything about that place. Like for example, if I look at the opera house, they would tell me why was it listed, why was it important, what all relevant documents are available on it, where can I access that, who has worked on it, who had not worked on it. Everything will be there in a form of an inventory sheet, and you can refer to that for all the sites which are there. So this is the other tool, and this is the other tool where everything of the state is listed. and they will tell you not only about, like, see, there are so many policies, right? Like in Bombay you would have you would have the bylaws that you have to follow. This bylaws, the height should be this much, the flow ratio should be this much. So everything is there, and everything is there in the form of the layer here, and you just have to select the layers, and they would automatically tell you that this area is protected, and this area would only be limited to this much of height, this much FSI. Like I have opened an option of heritage here, so which would tell me that how much state heritage curtilage is there, and what is it, how does it look in the heritage maps. So what all is listed, what is not listed. So it becomes very easy that when I'm working on any site in Australia, I just have to go through these 3-4 websites where I will open up, I will get all the information, and my basic background research is done in, like, say 1 day or 2 days, because everything is available. Of course, if something is not available, you have to dig in deep, you go to visit museums and libraries and all of that. But this is how digital tools are used here, and they are extremely helpful. Now, what the question which a lot of people ask is that will AI interpret cultural heritage better than us humans? I would say to some extent yes, but even if AI says that this is an Islamic structure, or this was made by say Shah Jahan, it is on you. It is important for you to understand who Shah Jahan was, what are the characteristics of an Islamic structure, right? So it is important that even if AI tells you something, you will need to have a background understanding of what the AI is trying to convey to you. Again, what is very important is that people think that AI, you have an AI, like they'll tell you everything, it becomes like an umbrella. It's everything is under one umbrella. But it is very important that, especially in India, every region will have its culture, its heritage changed. Like if you just like cross one station, you will have a different culture. You go to a different area, you will have a different culture. So you cannot have everything under one umbrella, saying that everything, like, this is important or that is important. You will have to understand, like, all this knowledge will have to be incorporated in AI itself, to make sure that they're giving you back the right information. So like it is mentioned here, that these communities play an important role in ensuring that AI tools are used respectfully and in ways that they honor their traditions and knowledge. Ethical considerations are central, especially regarding who owns the data and how cultural narratives are represented. Again, diversity, like I said, is different globally, and AI systems need to be trained and understand these context. In conclusion, yes, AI holds a great potential in advancing cultural heritage efforts, but it is very important that we have a balance between innovation and respect between all the cultures which are there, and we use AI only as a technological tool and not be relied on it completely. So yeah, I think that's it from my side, and I look forward to the discussions which happen in ahead.
Thank you, Sneha, for this wonderful, informative and informative presentation. And this is really insightful for us. So we have a discussion in the end of all panel members, but still, as you have other commitments, so we can ask few questions right now. So I request all the participants, if you have any query or doubts, then please ask right now. So Sneha, first,
Yeah.
as you discussed, how early do you think will India witness such an advanced application of digitization in heritage conservation?
I think to some extent it's already happening. But I think I'll be very happy to see any student from Rizvi coming and taking this forward by so trying to inventorize all the data that is available. So I think ASI has already started doing this where they have listed their sites. But again, how much in detail they are able to do it is something which we'll have to look at. Again, what I see, if I compare like professionals, people are not very willing to share their work openly on an online portal because of plagiarism and people taking all the copyrights and all of that. So I think that is something which is important, where people should be willingly be able to give their work online and keep it accessible. So I think once people start doing that, it will be there.
Yes, very true, very true. So next question is coming from the audience, that what kind of challenges do you think exist in India which restrict such an application to technological advancement for heritage conservation?
I think, like I already said, first is people should be willing to do it. Other is that there is actually so much of data. If you look at the archives, the National Archives of India, they have a lot of data there. But how much of it is actually gone digitalized, and it will be they've decided to make it as an inventory. Again, going into our National Archives of India and getting a data out itself is very difficult. Like any person saying that I want to go and look at these archives itself is so difficult. So I think it's there's a need to change of mindset, that there's information and people should be able to access it.
Okay, so there is one question from our faculty members, that given the vibrant diversity existing in India, will it serve as an asset for challenges in our country like India?
I think it will be a great challenge if we have such kind of such kind of tools in India, because firstly in Australia the history is it's very new. The history, it's like I would say you have historical structures from say 1900s or maybe 1900, and they are declared as state heritage. So I think because they have less heritage, they were able to do more on, like, inventorize it, digitalize it. Doing it in India, it will be very difficult, because first is we are fighting, like, not only to like list structures which are not even listed. I mean, I was working at NTAC, so I know that how much they have worked on making structures, making built heritage be listed on an inventory. Again, India does not only have built heritage, they have intangible heritage, they have natural heritage. So I don't know how much time it will take, but it's going to be very difficult to do it.
Very true. So thank you, Sneha, for sparing some time from your busy schedule and giving this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank Uzma and entire team of Rizvi for having me here. Thank you so much. It was a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Uzma. So now I request our other panel members, Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Kaustubh Mirajkar, and Professor Majrul Haq. So please come on dais. So now we have next presentation of Dr. Ashwini Kumar. Dr. Ashwini Kumar is working as an associate professor and head of the department at the Department of Architecture, National Institute of Technology, Hamirpur. He has more than 14 years of experience, teaching experience. Before joining NIT Hamirpur in 2013, he has worked at Department of Architecture and Planning, NIT Jaipur, for 10 years. He graduated from NIT Hamirpur in the year of 2005. He has earned the post-graduation in architecture in the year 2009 and PhD in the year of 2014 from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. His research interest includes appropriate development in hill regions, building regulations, vernacular architecture, development in disaster-prone areas, and sustainable development. He has supervised 11 PhD theses along with 12 completed post-graduation dissertation. He got 3 patents and 6 copyrights granted by the Indian and German Patent Office based on the research work. He has published more than 40 research papers in SCI or Scopus Index Journal and around 60 research papers in reputed international conferences. He is working as a member of committee of experts constituted by Niti Aayog, Government of India, for formulation of planning and architectural standards for hill areas. He is also a member of Indian Green Building Council, Technical Committee on Standards for Green Hill Township and Cities. With this, I would like to invite our next expert, Dr. Ashwini Kumar. Sir.
So, hello, good afternoon all. So it seems looking at the crowd and the type of presentations that has been happening in the morning, I presume I am the most non-technical person who will be talking on this so technical issue or aspect. But if you see, starting from human civilization, as human beings are complex individuals, but they require a simple definition to understand any term. So in simple terms, the very basic word which came in all the presentation is tool. So basically, it's a tool. And starting from, say, civilization of humans or history of human civilization, there will be different tools in different eras which will be there for different purposes. Here, there will be 2 important aspects which will be important. One is the tool and second is the purpose or the domain under which that tool can be used. So many of the presentations which will be there, they are to explore the application or the detailed application of AI-based tools in different aspects. The intent of this presentation that I want to give you is to make you aware about how how that one of the important segment, that is disaster management, and that too when it will be coming to the community-based disaster management, how one can explore or one can research upon using AI in this domain. I'm not suggesting you any application, just giving you the problems or the challenges that this domain will have, so that later on, whenever you will get time, you will be interested upon, you can ponder about these things and you can work upon things. So I hail from a place which is prone to multiple disasters. Similarly, one of the so-called most developed country is faced a global level disaster in the form of the California fire. So there will be different articles who appeared in the newspaper and other sources where they will be talking about that this thing has been gone wrong, that thing has been gone wrong, but they are having the best technologies in the world. They are having everything. AI has been started at that place and they are the one who will be the most using it. So why can't they have that ability to stop that small fire which has been ignited at a single place to become such a national or a international disaster of that particular scale? What gone wrong in that? So is the technology will be the only solution? It is one of the solution. The second thing is, with the technology, the community or the society are to be play the part. So for any tool to be function efficiently, it's the people who will be important. So, and in a country like India, where we will have a lot of population, lot of people, and it is prone to numerous disasters and we are facing a lot of devastation every year. So it's very crucial to see how this tool can help the existing technologies or the people to mitigate the effects of the disasters so that they will have a better future or their life will be saved. So coming to the disaster profile of India, many of you are aware of it, that India is one of the top 5 disaster prone countries of the world. It is such that it is one of those rare countries which is prone to almost all kind of disasters which will be there. And around the world, the trend of the disasters which will be there, it has been increasing tremendously, and so as the damages which will be happening in India or in other places which will be there. So it's a small, but you would say, news which will be there for first 9 months of 2023, which says that out of 273 days, there will be different events, catastrophes, different climatic things which will be happened for around 235 days of first 9 months of the year. So, and further the effects of disasters, it will be manifested by the issue or the challenge of climate change, which further intensifies the losses which will be there due to the disaster. So both the proneness to natural disasters along with the effect of climate change makes it the risk to various disasters a manifold more. And it makes it crucial to have a proper management of various disasters. So basically, disaster management is a systematic process of using administrative directives, organizations, and operational skills and capacities to implement strategies, policies, and improving coping capacities to lessen the adverse effect of the disaster or the possibility of a disaster. So, and it will be done in these 4 or 5 main aspects, where AI has intervened in some of the aspects of preparedness, of mitigation, and some parts of response. So, and further, if we see the broader approaches which we implement for disaster management, the very simple one is the reactive approach. Something has happened, go out of that place, it's a reactive approach. The one of the issue of not controlling of California fire is that the residents of that place, they adopted this approach of escaping from that place. They doesn't bother to stop it, they doesn't bother to, cooperate to that thing, or they doesn't make any efforts to stop it. They just make themselves safe and go out of that place. Then there will be a proactive approach. Something has happened, just stop it. Don't think about the future, don't think about the past, just us place ke upar, just stop it. Then third is, it's the top-down approach, which is there in during the COVID time, that administrative orders will be coming from the top, and people who will be there at the lower level, they are following it. Then there will be a people-centric approach, where people will be a part of either either some of the efforts which will be there. Then there will be a all-hazard approach, top approach, then collaborative disaster management approach, and at the last, which will be considered as one of the major thing, is the community-based disaster management approach, where the community is everything, or the stakeholder is everything, which takes the decisions. They make their abilities will be increased, their skills will be increased, so that the effect of that thing will be lessened. So normally we will have 3 types of communities. One is community of practice and interest, place-based communities, and interaction-based communities. So in the first one, the residents will be the part. In the interaction-based communities, it's the welfare association, community action groups, which will be the part. And in the practice and community of practice and interest, it's the subject experts, government officials, and who will be working in the decision making are main experts. So community-based disaster management approach, it is approach where community residents learns how to analyze vulnerable conditions, discover problems, develop solutions, and establish an organization to implement disaster management risk They also continuously improving their emergency response capabilities through a participatory process. So here it is important to understand who will be the stakeholders in the community-based disaster management, and to have their effective participation, how different tools and technologies will be implemented or it will be used, so that their voices, their suggestions, their actions will be well incorporated in the process. So normally we will have these kind of different stakeholders. The stakeholders are local representatives and leaders, NGOs and other charitable trusts, their self-help groups, local government employees, community volunteers, corporate sectors. There will be volunteers and youth leaders, then vulnerable groups and local residents will be the. So to measure a level of participation of the community, there will be different tools which will be there. So one of the famous one will be the Sherry-Einstein's ladder. It says that and here the level of participation has been divided into 8 parts. So the lowermost level will be the manipulation and therapy, and the highest most level will be the delegated power and citizen controls, where the community or the stakeholder will be the one who is actually doing or is involved in all the processes. So one of the study that we made as part of one of the thesis, that we try to study the existing level of community participation in various stages of disaster management, which is mentioned as part of their disaster management plans. So currently we will be at the very lower level of community participation, and as a result there will be different issues which will be there. So the issues which will be there, it is related to lack of real-time information, which affects the which results into the delay in decision-making process, ineffective resource allocation, limited situation awareness, challenges in coordination, reduced community engagement, and it will increase the vulnerability for marginalized group, and it has impact on the recovery planning. The second major challenge is in terms of communication barriers. So there will be a limited access to communication infrastructure, there will be technological barrier, there will be socio-economical inequalities, gender and vulnerability group exclusions will be there, and there will be lack of feedback mechanism which will be there. Then the third major challenge in this is the inefficient resource allocation. There will be lack of prioritization, there will be over-reliance of external aids and insufficient local involvement. And the fourth major challenge will be that there will be limited access to training and awareness, which means the key aspects of this challenge will be low awareness of disaster risk and preparedness, limited access to technological resources, there will be financial constraints and limited collaborations. So AI can be used to mitigate these current challenges of community-based disaster management. So currently at parts, AI is used in the disaster management cycle. It will be used in some aspects of disaster prediction, like the GIS platform and other risk vulnerability assessment which will be there. It will be used in some of the studies as part of disaster prevention work, and somewhere to create a response and recovery and the preparedness thing. So there will be more potential to use GI application in one can say in the priority driven insurance claim processing, community engagement and its awareness, and enhancing response coordination, resource allocation and logistic optimization, and training and simulation of all the aspects. It can also use to address real-time data analysis for risk identification. There will be AI-powered communication platforms which bridges the gap of language and accessibility gaps. There will be resource optimization through predictive analysis and interactive training via AI-driven simulation, chatbots or tools. So, but when somebody uses AI, there will be different challenges. So the ethical considerations which will be there related to data piracy and security, biases, accessibility and equality, they have been discussed in the morning. So there will be, if these tools will be used for everything, there will be more over-reliance on the technology, and the human intelligence quotient will be less, and the decision-making become more inefficient in those cases. There will be, at places, infrastructure and resource constraint. To implement these AI technologies, there will be a high cost which will be involved. There will be technical limitations about reliable and effectiveness of AI system. There will be dependency of data quality, and there will be very limited human oversight if we will be using too much technology without any human control or human interventions. But at the same time, it will have some benefits which forces the different sectors or the different domains or people working in the different domains to adopt AI for their purposes. When it will be used for community participation or the community-based disaster management, it increases engagement through accessibility and informative platforms. It improves trust and collaboration between authorities and community. It will help in faster decision making and response times. It enhances coordination. It leads to automation of repetitive tasks. It leads to real-time decision making. It improves resource allocation, enhance coordination. So, and there will be some more future directions in which one can adopt AI. It can be integrated with the local knowledge system of disaster management, which people are doing in their local communities. One can have community focused AI tools, and there will be a better developing of global participation and democratization of AI in disaster management if it will be used in a judicial way. So with this, I stop my presentation over here. So thank you very much for your hearing.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for such a different perspective about the AI. How can we use this AI application in disaster management and community upliftment and betterment? So, with this, I would like to introduce our next speaker, architect Kaustubh Mirajkar. Is presently working as an associate architect at VC Mirajkar Associates, Kolhapur. He holds a Master of Urban Design and Development from Manipal School of Architecture and Planning and Bachelor of Architecture from SPS MBH College of Architecture, Kolhapur. He has previously worked as a program coordinator at the Capacity Building Commission Government of India to coordinate capacity building activities at the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India in 2024. He has also been an India Smart Cities Fellow with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India in 2021 to 2022. He has presented Team India at the Urban 20 Summit in Ahmedabad under G20 presidency for India in February 2023. He has worked as an urban designer with the National Institute of Urban Affairs for the United Nations Environment Programme Project Urban Shift in 2023. He has collaborated in International Design Studio with late Professor B.V. Doshi and other for habitat design in urban context in 2018. He has been a panelist on the topic of smart cities at the Indian Institute of Architects National Conclave at Lucknow in 2024. He was an expert for the Curriculum Conclave 2024 at Manipal School of Architecture and Planning on behalf of the alumni. He has published work on underutilized spaces, transit-oriented development, disaster resilience, and gender inclusivity. He is an associate member of the Indian Institute of Architects. With this, I would like to call Mirazkar sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have a fair bit of attention of everyone? I would like to make it more interesting and fun-oriented because the experiences what I dealt with was entirely on the basis of government protocols, but I would try to give you certain challenges that I face, certain issues, which would make it fun in a way. Okay? I'll start my presentation.
Distinguished experts, honorable guests, respected organizers, and everyone present over here, I am grateful for this opportunity to share my learnings from my previous professional experiences for implementation of the Smart Cities mission and Mission Karma Yogi through Government of India with more focus on human-centered digital tools. So when I started creating this presentation, I'll take you to a story. When I started creating this presentation, a thought came to my mind. It took me back to the IA NatCon, Indian Institute of Architects National Convention in Lucknow last year. An architect, very prominent architect, he just came to me. He's like, Kaustubh, aa jao. ये क्या डिजिटल इतना यूज करते हो, इससे हम आर्किटेक्ट लोगों को क्या फायदा है, इससे क्या होगा? मैं बोला ठीक है सर. He being a senior expert and very prominent architect, he has practiced extensively and done great work. And trust me, exact same words 4 months later. 2 to 3 officials from ministries of central government, they are like, Kaustubh, ये डिजिटल से क्या होगा हमारा? ऑन फील्ड रिजल्ट, ऑन साइड रिजल्ट कैसे आने वाले हैं डिजिटल टूल से? Then I took a moment to think about it, and I realized the questions which were posed by the experts, I realized these were the exact same set of questions that I had when I started my India Smart Cities Fellowship, when I got to know that for the fellowship, the final output has to be a digital product. I'm an architect and an urban designer. I expect something to be on site, something practical which can be envisioned by everyone. Why are these people saying you have to come out with a digital product? फिर मैंने भी ठीक है मन बना लिया, मैंने बोला ठीक है, you have to come out with a digital product, okay. But me being an architect and an urban designer, do I have the necessary skill set to develop a digital tool? ये कैसे बना सकती है? ये तो सीखा नहीं कॉलेज में. Then after that, ठीक है, even if I make a digital tool, are the citizens literate level, the literacy level of citizens enough to use that tool and get it implemented? That was another thought. मैं बोला चलो ठीक है, ये भी बना लिया. उसके बाद next is, if I want citizens, if citizens are literate, ठीक है, हमें आता है tool use करना, how will I encourage them to participate in using this tool? What sort of approach should I be having so that citizens will use this tool to get it further implemented? Then considering all these, I came up with a very significant learning. Believe it or not, trust me, I had experienced 2 years of architecture, on-site field experiences, and when I came out with the digital product at the end of the fellowship, I got to know that one small intervention can cover an entire city. That was my achievement, or that was my conclusion, what I learned from it. So considering the urban challenges, the problem statement, this was my college thesis in Manipal University, focused on underutilized spaces. तो कॉलेज थीसिस को हम नेशनल लेवल पे इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे करते हैं ये मैंने सीखा यहाँ से, और एक डिजिटल स्मॉल प्रोडक्ट का क्या यूज होता है. So basically what I did was, the underutilized spaces are basically spaces in cities which require transformation, which affect community in negative aspects on the basis of health, safety and community, economy. Economy because these spaces result in wastage of land, which is a very valuable resource. The examples of underutilized spaces are vacant lands which get converted into waste dump sites, or
flyover के नीचे की जगह जो रहती है, those spaces, then you have back lanes, alleys, all these spaces. So the type of approach what we followed for this intervention was use technology, leverage technology as much as possible to scale the urban development. मैं ये नहीं चाहता कि एक दो साइड का ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कर दिया हो गया अचीवमेंट, नहीं. टेक्नोलॉजी लेके हाउ कैन वी कवर द एंटायर सिटी टू स्केल द अर्बन डेवलपमेंट एंड देन टू हैव ब्रॉडर कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट. हाउ कैन आई यूटिलाइज कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट? मुझे पहले लगता था स्मार्ट सिटीज मिशन है, सरकार का है, सरकार तो काम नहीं करती कुछ, ये तो पहले से मेरा माइंड सेट था, सरकार से कुछ नहीं होगा. बट व्हेन आई गॉट देयर आई गॉट टू नो इंदौर स्मार्ट सिटी हैज अ मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन which has active user base of over 6.5 lakh users. They are using this application on phone, and if I do something on those aspects, if I can get a plugin, a digital product introduced in that application, automatically I'll have 7 lakh users using my plugin in the form of my thesis. So this was the approach which we had in my mind. I was working along with 3 other India Smart City fellows for this project. So leveraging the existing citizen user base for the tool. We came up with 3 key objectives for the project: a platform to transform underutilized spaces through crowdsourcing initiatives. Next, leverage local financial support for development of such spaces. And lastly, assist the authority to transform the spaces prioritized by the community. Each aspect I've made it bold. Crowdsourcing initiatives. क्या होता है? एक सिटी में a person working in the authority, he can't go to each and every pocket of the city and identify such spaces. फॉर एग्जाम्पल मुंबई में जो कॉरपोरेशन में बैठा है बंदा, वो हर जगह जाके सिटी में, हाँ इधर फ्लाईओवर के नीचे जगह है, हाँ इधर एक गंदा पॉट है, सारा कचरा डाल रहे हैं उस पर. ही कैन डू दैट. हियर सिटीजन्स हु आर लिविंग नियर दी स्पेसेस, दे नो कि भाई मेरे घर के साइड में ये गंदी जगह है, वहाँ पे कचरा डालते हैं. सो दे इन टर्न आइडेंटिफाई सच स्पेसेस विच अथॉरिटी गेट्स टू नो कि ठीक है भाई मुंबई के खार एरिया में इस जगह पे ये जगह है. सो दैट वॉज द पर्पज ऑफ ऑब्जेक्टिव 1. Second objective, leverage local financial support. Believe it or not, I got to know various cities have various such individuals or groups who work on these things wherein भाई मैं पैसा देता हूँ इस जगह का डेवलपमेंट करवा लो सरकार से. So this was the second objective where any interested person or a body who is ready to fund the transformation, that can be considered. And lastly, assist the authority to transform spaces prioritized by the community. This was a major aspect, like we discussed since morning. Human participation. भाई बहुत टाइम ऐसा होता है कि डेवलपमेंट हो जाती है बट लोग वो चाहते ही नहीं थे. People didn't want that sort of development. कुछ भी बना दिया. So this was a major aspect where citizen participation. What was discussed in morning, Anugrah sir said the same thing. Citizen participation. भाई उनको consider नहीं किया जाता. So we wanted something कि भाई maximum citizen centric tool हो जाए, ये develop हो जाए. That is how we developed this product. So considering this, like I mentioned, it was a plugin to the Indore Smart Cities official application Indore 311, which focuses on 3 key aspects: identify, ideate and support. Identify, the name itself suggests that citizens can identify the space. Ideate, citizens themselves will mention the aspirations, the need, the requirement in the neighborhood, what they want from this. For example, एक space है, ठीक है, उसमें सरकार क्या बोला, हाँ 2 झूले डाल दो, एक स्लाइड डाल दो, हो गया. नहीं, citizens will say ठीक है, एक बंदे को he wants a jogging track there, another person will say he wants a meditation center, someone will say नहीं इसको बस green garden कर दो. So all this feedback is incorporated in the plugin. The authority gets an idea कि ठीक है ऐसी ऐसी जगह इन लोगों ने आइडेंटिफाई किया है, उसमें वो ये टाइप की डेवलपमेंट चाहते हैं. So that becomes useful. And the third aspect is support. If anyone wants to contribute to this space, there's a small video of the plugin. This is the live video of the plugin. It was 3 months after the plugin was live. I hope it plays. It didn't play. Can someone help me with the technical aspect? Video play नहीं हो रहा था. Thank you, sir. हाँ ये वीडियो ही है. उधर दिख नहीं रहे. Sorry about the delay, guys. नहीं तो दूसरा हो गया. ये अटक गया. कि छोटा स्क्रीन कर दो उस पर कर दो. That would have helped you understand how the product is actually and how it is working. ठीक है, इसमें play कर दो. Okay, you can see this is the interface. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So this is the interface of the plugin with various basic citizen services which already citizens are using in Indore. The last plugin is Activate Public Spaces, and we didn't want to have a language barrier of English and Hindi, so it's applicable in both. As soon as you enter the plugin, you get an idea कि क्या type के spaces का क्या transformation हुआ है from all the cities all over India, smart cities. So considering this, it gives an idea to any user who once gets in the plugin. Then you go to identify. A citizen goes to the space, near the space, he clicks image of the space, it gets uploaded there itself, the location is tracked there itself from the phone. He gives an idea about what is the typology of the space, whether it is a space beneath the flyover or it is a back alley or the other aspects. Once that is done, we can also get to know if he is willing to contribute to transform the space, if he is adding some additional funds from his side. Once this is done, you have the next tab, which is go to projects. Here the other two aspects, ideate and support. In go to projects, the main aspect of citizen participation. For example, if Anugrah sir has clicked an image of a space and he has uploaded in the plugin, it's visible on everyone who is using the plugin. For example, 6.5 lakh users can see the space uploaded by Anugrah sir and give their feedback कि क्या sort of development इधर होना चाहिए, क्या sort of transformation. So these are other aspects of it कि ठीक है, these are images of the space and I am willing to contribute. So what happens is multiple users, if अगर 5,000 दे रहे, but you have 50 people who are contributing 5,000, the authority gets so many funds. If they don't have the budget, they can utilize these funds to develop the space. Then you have what sort of activities can be planned. Then this plugin is connected to the Indore Smart Cities web page, wherein any users who are willing to contribute, they directly go to the web page, they get it connected over there, identify the space what they want to contribute, and the authority gets in touch with them for the further monetary transactions. Yes, so this was about the plugin. Now coming to the next aspect. As I said, it is entirely centered around community. You need to have very strong outreach strategies so that you can incorporate maximum number of citizens in the plugin. So to have that, we had massive scale of outreach activities in terms of online and offline strategies. For online, we used Indore Smart City handle, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India Smart Cities handle, multiple handles so that maximum people know. And it was very well received by citizens, not just in Indore, but citizens from other cities like Ahmedabad, Sagar, also wanted to have this plugin in their city so that they can be an active role. They can play an active part in the transformation of these spaces in the city. अब इतना सारा किया है भाई, obviously there will be challenges, there will be hurdles, there will be hiccups. Coming to those aspects. Firstly, administrative challenges. It was a tool developed during the part of India Smart Cities Fellowship, which was scheduled for 1 year. In that 1 year, 8 months we were in Delhi, 4 months we got deployed to Indore. Within those 4 months, to develop a prototype of the tool, to get it approved from n number of officials, and to get it live, and then to incorporate the feedback of the citizens, and then again rework on the plugin, nahi hua possible. So we could just get it live at that stage. Next aspect is complexity and expertise required, which we have been discussing since morning, capacity building. Everyone in the authority may not have the required skill set to modify the plugin or to use the plugin to that extent. But there might be some officials who have that expertise, but still they are not able to do it because there is tons of work piled up on their desk, which we have seen it and we have realized this happens. Another aspect is digital divide. By Indore ka population goes more than 18-20 lakhs. Only 6.5 lakh users use the plugin because only those many number of people are digitally literate enough. This is, I'm just giving you a practical perspective. These are things on site when this happens. Secondly, AI integration. The tool was developed in December 2022. AI was just introductory in India, especially in those times. We didn't know, भाई मुझे AI का full form तब पता नहीं था. ये level था, but if that could have been added, definitely the tool would have jumped to heights of efficiency. बहुत बढ़िया हो जाता, development हो जाता. Second aspect, integrating AI by capturing behavioral insights. बाद में भी हम यूज कर सकते थे. The tool is live, the tool is developed. We could have used AI to capture the behavioral insights of people. Ki how are they behaving around the transform space? Can we work it out in a better extent? Like I said, the key learning was it is very essential to equip all the stakeholders with the necessary skill sets. Okay, I'll make it quick. I'll make it quick. It is very necessary that all the stakeholders have the essential capacities to develop this tool. And considering this thought, I went on to my next professional experience, which is focused on capacity building commission, which is under the purview of Mission Karma Yogi. This I will just wrap it in short because this is entirely focused on the capacity building of civil servants. So the approach is in terms of emerging technologies, and the pillars which are focused are domain, functional and behavioral. So the capacity building of civil servants is done on these three major aspects. Domain is name itself suggests कि उनका expertise किसमें उसमें capacity building करना. Then you have key guiding principles, which is competency driven approach. These three aspects, domain, functional and behavioral competencies, are the one which are trained. This is the short idea about the capacity building process, how I played part in various ministries and how it is done. So basic क्या किया जाता है, all the designations, all the officers, their competencies are assessed and then the gaps are identified कि what is the weakness of a particular official and how it can be trained. इसका online offline interventions plan होते हैं, which is in the ACBP document, annual capacity building plan. And then the digital tool of IGOT platform, integrated government online training. This tool is used by over 75 lakh civil servants in India, which has over 1800 courses, which have been curated by top level civil servants institutes, IITs, IIMs, Harvards, Cornells. You take name of the universities, it is there. The courses are there. There are also various webinars organized by the experts on this platform, which are for the capacity building of civil servants, which they are actively utilizing. Considering this, there was also a National Learning Week planned, which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, in last October, and it was massively the skills took up. Everyone started consuming courses on IGOT, which I have very high hopes of this initiative. So this would be all from my end about these two products. Final conclusion, like I said about human-centered digital tools, you need to have a gradual phased approach. You can't overwhelm stakeholders with the entire use of technology. They would get overwhelmed. They would get scared. इतने सारे नई चीजें नहीं आती. Then balance technology and human cognition together so that it becomes in sync. The development is sustainable and long run. And systematic planning. And the last aspect, very vital, you need to have continuous feedback mechanism. You come up with something, you get it implemented, but it's not going as per your thinking. You need to have that feedback mechanism. How are the citizens receiving it? How are the stakeholders receiving it? And then modify your tool. That is what I would like to end with this. Thank you so much for this opportunity. This would be all from my side.
थैंक यू कौस्तुभ. एक बात तो बिल्कुल सही है कि अनुग्रह की और कौस्तुभ की प्रेजेंटेशन देखने के बाद और अश्विनी सर की प्रेजेंटेशन देखने के बाद कि शायद मोदी जी ने इन यंगस्टर को ही देख के ये डिसाइड किया होगा कि 2047 तक हमारा देश डेवलप होगा. तो क्यों नहीं होगा जब ऐसे लोग बैठे हैं हमारे देश में काम करने के लिए. विद दिस नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू इंट्रोड्यूस अवर नेक्स्ट एक्सपर्ट, डॉक्टर मजरूल हक. डॉक्टर मजरूल हक has been associated with architecture industry for around 20 years and has been rendering his services for more than 16 years in the academia and has worked as an advisor and consultant on a variety of projects both inside and outside of the institute. The wide array of his experience include working on the vetting of MEP services for the prestigious projects such as Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College and Hospital, Bhagalpur, and PMCH Patna under PMSSY Phase 4, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Bhagalpur, and Indian Institute of Management at Sambalpur, Odisha, Muzaffarpur, Smart City, to name a few. With this, please come on stage and give insightful presentation. Thank you.
afternoon. Thank you, Council of Architecture. Hello, am I audible? Yes. Thank you, Council of Architecture, for giving me opportunity. COTRC Bhopal, Rizvi College of Architecture, for such kind of a wonderful platform to interact with our architecture fraternity. Topic is something related to AI and built environment. Most of the colleagues, they have already talked about so many things related to AI, their implementation, but my background is something related to core architecture. So, my dear friends, I just wanted to know how many of you belongs to research background or master's program. Can you raise your hand, please? It means most of the students belongs to UG program. Am I correct? I needed only 10 minutes so that I will only talk about the buildings. Most of our friends already talked related to outside of an environment. That makes a built plus unbuilt, that makes our environment. But we are more participatory in terms of architect, so that we just needed 10 minutes, just listen it, how the journey started. We'll talk about the 20 years back, 25 years back when we started architecture. What was the condition at that time? And then we talk about the things, what is happening now and what will happen after 20, 30 years. This is just a comparison. After comparison, we can easily understand where the architecture or AI may lie in coming days for architect, and what are the different intervention took place in a different segment of architecture, in different segment of architecture or building industry, and for what kind of precautions we should have keep in our mind in our academics journey. Just I'll go to the brief about the AI. What is AI? AI just in a layman terminology, because our background is architecture. What is AI? AI is just a mathematical computation. Mathematical computation, nothing else. Earlier what happened? How the things were getting used? Earlier we trying to use with so many derivation, so many calculation, things are slightly getting changed over here. No need to worry. When we started our journey in 1998, at that time, just CAD 14 came at that time. And we were thinking, what will happen if the computer will come place, and what will we do? Our job will be same situation what we were thinking are a student in a present scenario. What happened? Scenario has been changed. In which direction? Contribution architect is same whatever was exist at that time. But what kind of parameters has been added, that we have to analyze. If you categorize our journey in a three, past, present and future, then what is the actually use of these tools? If we categorize AI, just I'll brief only 2 minutes about the AI. We can categorize in 5 categories. Machine learning. Machine learning may be categorized into machine learning. Second is the gaming. That is more related to gaming. Searching algorithm, soft computing, rough set theory. But our concern is more related to machine learning. Machine learning may be also categorized in a different data, based on a different data. That is a supervised data, that is a level 1, unsupervised data. Similar type of clustering or leveling is there. Third one is reinforcement, that is about the rewards and penalty in terms of a data. Fourth one is semi-supervised, that is basically an unlimited kind of a thing that is used, and self-supervised. These 5 types of a machine learning exist in a present scenario. Deep learning is one of the aspect of a machine learning. It is a sub-part of machine learning that deals about the in-depth analysis of a mechanism related to a building industry. That is what the architect use generally machine learning in terms of a predictive use. Suppose if you have designed any lobby, we have designed for a 50 persons capacity. What will happen after 10 years? How this is going to behave with the users? What the materials we have applied in a particular lobby area or that enclosed area? Earlier, there was a philosophy, phenomena on the basis of that architect used to propose the interior types, used to propose the opening types, used to propose how the things will get changed. But at present scenario, through the means of these mechanisms, you can judge particular area how is going to behave after applying these materials, or after certain years, how this will, what will happen. So these kind of information is very useful for the architect. As a whole, our programming of how one is going to start any architectural project, we all are familiar. If you are not familiar, we supposed to divide the whole things into different levels. Suppose if you get any site, how we start? We start through the literatures. We identify the different level of activities at a major level. You can say main subparts. Then again you go to the detail of a subpart. Suppose you started a designing of any campuses. What we do? First question will be what kind of a different activity will took place? Administration is a one activity, academic, library, residential activities, student activities, 5 to 7 kind of activities will be there. Again, you will go to the further detailing and programming of all those things. Academic, what will be the different hierarchy of offices? What will be the different kind of a group of classrooms? What smart classroom? All these things are very common. But in today's scenario, what is the role of doing all these things? Things are constant. We are supposed to not so much getting deviated from what we are doing at present or in a present scenario. We stick to our principles. We are stick to supposed to program the things. We are stick to our goal, what we are getting or what we are achieving. But only thing is, we are not supposed to use as a whole initially, or not as a whole. We are supposed to get dependent on the things which may be harmful. Suppose if we have designed things like lobby, like design any building of administration, or you can say a academic building, lobby, what will be the lighting system, what will be the interiors, what is the role of a daylight inside the building. Earlier these things were getting analyzed through the different philosophy, different mechanism. But if you are having a basic inputs, these information you will get it immediately, and you can easily take a decision whether we have to continue or whether some interventions are required. So these are the role of AI in a design process. Same, if you have designed a thermal, if I have designed any corridor, either we are getting a sufficient daylight in those areas or not. ऐसा नहीं है कि you are supposed to design the things, you will check it. Not like that. We are supposed to take a decision, either whatever punctures we are giving in a design, so that we can get a direct daylight in most of the areas, so that we can get a confidence. We can deliver the things so that whenever we feel after 10 to 15 years, nobody can say, "Arey sir, ye to andhera sa rehta hai, ye aapne kya kar diya?" It means role of these things in a part of a building is very important. In that area, that part you can analyze through these mechanisms, so that it becomes easier for our decisions. Similar, if you are having an interrelationship of a different activities at a particular floor, there is a social such kind of algorithm where you can check it, कि whether the connection is, जैसे आपने you have designed it, but at the after occupation of that building, the spaces are not utilizing or not getting utilized whatever we were expecting. So those decisions you can also change it through after a simulation of or optimization of these softwares. Same like a hierarchy of different activities, you have programmed it. Sir, 100 kind of requirements are there. Which requirements will come on which floor? Not this is, अरे sir मैंने इसको ground पे रखा है, इसको first पे. What is the basis? What is the reason? Where we can place it? How? how we can place it. So these are the things, there is so much area that can be explored. On the basis of that, one can take a decision and one can place those things at a particular level or particular floor. Similar kind of a thing like services. We always, when we were a student, we were thinking, services तो बहुत tough होता है. But things is not like that in a real world. If you are architect, you are supposed to be master of all. Otherwise, other consultants, they will just make so much unnecessary things so that it becomes very difficult to take a decision. At the same point of time, you are supposed to be like a HBSc master, you are supposed to be like a structural consultant, you are supposed to be like an electrical consultant. You are not supposed to feel, sir, my background is architecture, how can I handle? If you are not having such kind of a confidence, they will misuse your spaces, they will not give a economical optimization of output. In those areas, at present, if you are having a little bit interest of these services, after incorporating AI, you can save the energy, you can give a better output. These are the role of basic things that is related to where we can optimize the different resources. Just suppose if you are having a different kind of designing system like open system. Open means you are getting a ventilation from all the sides, covered, closed system where the most of the activities getting along the corridor side, and last one is a courtyard system. Which is the better? What is the benefits? At a particular location, if you are having any railing kind of a thing, jali kind of a thing, which is the suitable point, and how that is going to help us analyzing those facades. But there are limitations of plumbing issues and all. In that case, you are supposed to fix, these are the areas we needed a output so that we can ventilate. If we needed if you are supposed to get dependent on natural means, those things you have to mark it. Then if you analyze particular facade, you will get a different alternatives, how this is going to suit our energy, how this is going to suit our different elements of a building. These are the things that we have to keep in our mind. Just I'll sir, this is not working. Can anybody can come? Please, इसको open करो. इसको full करो ना. अरे यहाँ से क्लिक क्यों नहीं हो रहा? अरे यहाँ पे resume slides show, इस पर क्लिक करो. इसको नेक्स्ट करो ना. We have already discussed the basics about the artificial intelligence, how this is going to use. These are the different domains already discussed. So many sub-parts, sub-things of AI for architecture. These are the things: machine learning, deep learning, natural fuzzing, fuzzy logic, expert system, robotics, where we can apply. But at the end, what is my suggestion is, you are not supposed to win the world alone. We are supposed to get dependent on our surrounding members. For that, you are supposed to get collaboration with your colleagues. And for that, you are supposed to devote throughout of your life to maintain these things. दिन रात हम लोग जो कंप्यूटर साइंस के प्रोफेसर हैं उनके साथ घूम के यही सब चीज़ें सुनते रहते हैं. Then you can apply, then you can have a curiosity to how you can incorporate the things with the architecture. Just a minute. These are the just how the things is getting changed. Early days, the dependency of just, it's okay, it's okay. CAD was dominating, then BIM, and now we are talking about the AI kind of a things. Where is the role of why AI matters in architecture? These are for growing urban population, demand for sustainable materials. This is about the environment, climate change and disaster resilience. There is a role of data in AI. Until unless you are not very much sure about what is the data and why this data is going to useful, what will be the expected outcome, it becomes very difficult for taking any such kind of a decision so that you will get an appropriate output. छोड़ो ना, ठीक है, हो जाएगा. It's okay, it's okay. छोड़ दो ना फिर. AI powered tools for sustainable design in architecture. These are the different 8 tools: Autodesk, Dassault, Ecotech, CREAT Design, and Arups, Mass Motion, Spacewell. So many softwares are there where we can direct intervene these things. These are the different components of a built environment. Key application of AI in built environments at a different
request
level.
Major sir, if you can conclude in 1 minute.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mother sir, with a nice presentation, and I am thankful to all the panelists who has spared some time and has given a presentation which is very insightful, and we are enlightened with this information and knowledge. Now, इतनी ज्ञान की बातें सुनने के बाद अगर उनसे एक दो सवाल किए जाए तो ये उनके ज्ञान के साथ अन्याय होगा. तो इसी चीज को मद्देनजर रखते हुए नाउ वी आर inviting all for lunch, and you can interact with our panelists at that time. Thank you. And before that, I request Meera Melagaonkar ma'am, please come on dais and facilitate our panelist member. Ajaz sir, please come on dais.
I request Munod sir to come on stage.
Everyone can go ahead for the lunch.
ये पेन ड्राइव किसकी है?
Next section will start at 3.